All right. Allow us to start her out here. Make sure my things all locked in, double locked, double, triple locked. Wonderful. There we go. Ready to go. You guys ready? Good. Last time on D&D. Yes. The party had made their way south, but first, opening the door and finding a mysterious parcel, they decided that the parcel was evil. Why? Why does the evil corrupt our heroes so? What has brought them to be turning to the dark side in pursuit of light? Who knows? Well, actually, who knows, really? That's the question that's kind of going around. They traveled south after Fifi pointed at something heading their way, a rumble of sorts that picked up. Spotting in the tree a tail end of something burrowing its way deep into the Ascidian surface of the plateau, making their way further south. Well, they investigated, of course, as they do, and found that in that burrowed husk of an obsidian plateau, deep 50-foot wide, holes awaited them. Ignoring it for now, not causing any trouble, making their way further south. They traveled, they trekked, and they made their way. Crossing with Fifi's guidance some easier portions of harder to reach places, traveling up with the levitation stones, and although Aaliyah had a hard time making her way climbing to the top, a quick and swift levitation stone was all that was needed to reach the summit. They made their way down, blocking themselves from the wind, and sheltered for a little while, Fifi training a bit, and headed further south. No further incident. Making their way into the night, seeing the marble pillars, these octahedrals of the Loxodon graveyard, they settled in for the night, each traveling through their own devices, with Aaliyah and Colton having a swift little talk about the unease they felt in the party. Shepard reading his book and unlocking another tale from the book of Whispering Tales. And if he asks me tonight for another one, I'll say no, because I haven't made it yet. So keep that in mind. And what's this? But Kiyoshi, dancing with his dancing lights, synthwave music coming from that sick guitar. An abrupt was heard in the middle of the night. It seemed that, Fifi, attempting to surpass his limits, may have gone a little far. A trifle, to say the least. He waited and watched and watched and waited, and eventually he passed out. Dragging him to the gardens, he laid there. You all decided to make your way to the kitchen area, although Kiyoshi said he would stay behind to watch Fifi. Crazy little events unfolded as Kiyoshi blasted a hole into the side of the mansion with his guitar. And what a crazy little endeavor indeed, as something had slipped in. They all covered the hole and sealed it back up, and, well, the witch hunt went underway. Questions thrown in Kiyoshi's direction, drawing attention away from the true culprit. It must have been Aaliyah. No, it was Shepard the entire time. What a crazy little circumstance. A 2v2 match won underway. Shoveling holy water down Aaliyah's throat and beating the shit out of Shepard. A fun little trek. They managed to subdue the ghosts. Yipperoo. Making their way further south in the morning, deciding that Kiyoshi and Colton to Shepard, Kiyoshi to Shepard might tell Colton of the truth behind everything. But we'll see in this session. Passing the graveyard and further down the trek onto a set of tracks as well as kind of a rudimentary road. They were picked up by this water cart man. He's the man of the water carts. And his name, if you don't remember, is Harmill. He invited you on, and you made your way to the east. In a few short hours of trekking along with the cart, you finally made your way to the grand city of Galudos. Out front, of course, the guard stopped you and talked with Harmill for a hot second before the gates opened wide as he slammed his staff down, the energy going down from the base of his staff into the ground and riding up the wall. The marble walls opened up before you. You are now in the city of Galudos. And that is where we start our venture. Oh, God.
So, like, how big of a city we are talking here? Is it like absolute metropolis, or is it just like a nice little coastal town? What are you talking?
It seems to be pretty. It's got large, towering buildings, many stories high. The area around you can see is heavily populated. There's many people in stores of many different races, although you can swear there's mostly human and Loxodons. The humans themselves seem to be of darker skin color, not black, but Middle Eastern. As you kind of look around, people are riding in turbans and long shawls that they wear, and they all seem to be in carts, some of them pulled by elephants, others that have less wares on them, riding more off the trek seem to be managed by the larger Loxodons who can kind of take it up and pull it across town. The area is pretty good. It's mostly sandstone, as well as there's a lot of marble in their architecture. There's large churches. There's many stores lining the area. Peddlers, commercial kind of stuff with people buying goods off the streets in many, many vendor stalls, very reminiscent of Roddy's stall. There are buildings, but, it's hot. So with that, yeah, and you can hear the ocean on the coast, the far coast.
Cool.
Okay.
Quite fascinating. So, do we have some shopping to do? What kind of things are we looking for?
Well,
at least another healing potion, since I am all out of that.
Right. I don't think I have one of those either.
certainly wouldn't hurt.
Maybe empty out our bag a little bit.
See what we
quite
can
full.
find.
One moment, please. And he kind of looks back and he tips off the ladder as you guys make your way about to the quarter way into town. You can see as he stops, he's got to make a stop real quick. He grabs a large bell from his side mantle here. It's wrapped in cloth, and he pulls it out. And he goes, "Whoa, Rigo!" And the elephant comes to a halt, and he takes this large bell and just. As he does, you can see a number of these, you could say, lower class people coming out of their homes with larger kind of barrels or drums or something, rolling them. You can see children rolling them, or these larger Loxodons, like basically holding a large barrel under each of their arms. As they make their way over to the water containers, there's many spigots lining them. You can see as they begin to empty the first cart here.
Oh, are we in the way at all?
Oh no, just a little. Well, I've got to proof my runs here. If you all would like to split off from here on out, feel free to slide me a copper piece and fill up as much water as you would like.
Well, I do think I need to refill my water skin, so yeah,
Yeah.
copper piece for the man, and fill up my water skin, get on my way.
You can see as a number of people who are done filling up their barrels do make their way over, and surprisingly, it doesn't seem like anyone, for that matter, tries to make away with any of the water. They take as their fill, make their way up to Harmel, and they give him the copper piece and give him kind of a head nod as they make their way.
We appreciate the ride into town here.
Yes, well, that is no problem, of course. It's always good to help strangers.
And yeah, I would give him a copper as well.
I'll also
Thank
give him
you.
a copper.
Hop down.
Takes it. Fill up. Should be purified by now in the sweating summer blazes. It might take a little while to cool down, that is, but once it does, feel free to drink.
Yeah, I'll fill my water skin from it, sure.
And Connor, did you say something? Because I don't think we're picking you up.
I think I'm good. I mean,
There you go.
I was saying I've got to fill up my water skin, and I give it my capper.
Gotcha. Okay.
Top mine off.
Awesome. You fill up your water. Y'all fill up your water, and kind of just says in Sylvan basically goodbye. He's like Ankarish, and goes ride Rigo. He sees the trek trail. He trails back down the way. Takes a left.
Alrighty. We should have asked him for directions.
Yep. Is there anybody outside on the street at all?
You're muted, Connor.
Right.
Is there anyone? There's plenty of people on the street. Yeah, there's kids, small Loxodon children towering over their human counterparts. There's these Loxodons basically lining the street. There's an occasional elf you might see, or a dwarf in the mix, but they seem to be foreign for the most part. And otherwise, yeah, there's many people out right now, all in kind of these turbans. The sun is beating down, and on this stonework, it is a little hot, like on your feet if you were barefoot. Many people are wearing sandals and loose-fitting clothing.
Yeah, the boots I have are getting pretty sweaty.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Now,
I'll
oh,
go to like the nearest adult and ask if they know where the like shopping district is at.
Okay. You find this man, he's kind of getting done. He just got done filling his water cask, and it's this basically about this big, this round kind of cask, as he puts a top on it, It just locks it on 2 large horns. One of the tusks is kind of broken, and it has kind of been fitted with this kind of bronze couplet on it. And he kind of looks, and oh yes, and you can see even like his hair is kind of grayed out on top and lines his back a little bit. He has a subtle kind of like mane riding down the top of his head. And yes, child.
We're not from around here. We're wondering if you would be willing to at least just point us in the direction of the shopping district. Please?
Oh, well, there are many different shopping districts around here. If you're looking for food, then you've come to the right place. If you're looking for religious artifacts, you'll have to go to the church. If you're looking for new magics, you could make your way towards the coast. As well as for the coast, you could also find a number of, overseas kind of trades, a hodgepodge of sorts of people selling their wares or whatnot. Anything in particular you are looking for?
Well, we need to find a ship, so probably the coast. But thank you for letting us know, unless any of the rest have a question.
In case we needed to, which direction would the church be?
Well, the church is going to be that large marble monument right in front of it. You'll see a rather large courtyard where the priests and any follower tend to, pray for the most part, give blessings or, do their general training in that area as well as inside.
Okay.
And he kind of goes, I might go there later to pray myself. I don't know. Who knows? Sorry. The music got really loud. I forget that I just freshly imported these songs, so they're a little loud off the bat. Yeah, but he kind of gives you the directions that you need. And
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right.
Did you want to
Go ahead.
stop by the church, Kiyoshi?
Yeah, I should stop by the church. I need some water.
Awesome.
I wanted to, see if I can get any unique spices around here. I've never had such cuisine before.
We're probably in the right district now if you want to look for spices.
I mean, I might even get a little bit of a cookbook, diversify my repertoire. That was a tough one.
All right. So, what are y'all doing? Where to first, or what do you? Well, I suppose if you wanted to split up.
I go with you guys for the big stuff, and then I can go on my merry way.
That would work, yeah.
A spot that would sell healing potion potentially. I would like, if it's possible, I would like to add the spell Identify. Got to add it when I left the academy, and like to add it now as part of my repertoire. It would seem useful. You all come across a lot of unique items.
Yeah, unfortunately, none of us have the ability ourselves either.
You guys look around, and you notice pretty instinctually, one of you is not with you currently.
Fifi?
It might be Fifi.
Fifi.
Oh God. Oh. Oh no. Oh, this is bad. This is all right.
He got off the elephant with us, right?
Yeah.
I thought he was
back
just
to the.
track,
Yeah.
retrace steps.
Okay. As you're kind of looking around, just make a perception check.
I mean, we've completed most of what we came here for him, and you know.
Oh, but we gotta help him get
I
like.
think I found it.
He doesn't know money exchange. He's gonna just give
No.
the first person he finds all his money. We need to make sure he gets a boat home.
Well, hopefully the people are nice enough where they tell him that's not a very good place. Wow, I mean, what a society. Yeah, I'm just like I'm talking to you, and I'm just like, ooh, that looks like a place where I can find a cookbook.
Yeah.
I rolled a 3, so
Everyone can roll perception checks. All right.
Okay.
Hey, you kind of look around, and yeah, Aaliyah, like you can even see like Colton kind of begins to split off from you guys because he's like, oh, I could probably get a good cookbook over there, and immediately like Aaliyah, you just kind of grab onto his arm, and you're like, come on. As you finally kind of hear just like how many of those can I get with one of these in the far distance, and this kind of darker shaded tan man, black hair and these brown eyes, and also wearing the shawl. He's just like, well, I suppose you could probably get about 50 kebabs for that. Fifi's like, 50 kebabs? Oh, I don't have anything smaller than one of these. And he's like, I can make change. Oh, how much for 10 kebabs? Well, I suppose that would be 2 silver. How much? I only have one of these. Right, so here, take, give me that, and he kind of slides it across, and the man takes it and puts 8 silver on, and he goes, all right, and he shears some meat off of this large hunk of meat that's been roasting over a fire, and he kind of sticks it on and wraps it, and he just starts handing one after another just these kebabs to Fifi. As you guys approach him, you can see as he has basically like Wolverine style, just
God.
a kebab. And he's like, guys, look at all these kebabs I got.
Wow.
You guys want one?
I mean,
I'm good.
I was just thinking, where are we gonna eat? And look at you. You came in clutch. I would love one, Fifi. Thank you.
Take 2.
Okay.
Hands 2 off to Shepard as well, and hands 2 off to you, Aaliyah. And he still has
thank
like
you.
4 left as he's like, Kiyoshi?
You just have mine. How about Fifi?
And just starts fucking munching on those babies.
We did give him like 100 gold,
Yes.
and it's not like he's gonna be able to use that at his town. Maybe we should take him around. He could buy some fun things and bring them back to show
souvenir
off.
for his
That's
mother.
what I'm saying. Yeah. Well. I mean, there was that one guy. Oh no. He only dealt in trade. So yeah, you're kind of right.
Yeah,
Just,
I mean, figure out how much a boat ride would cost first, and then whatever's left over.
Yeah. Boat ride.
Yeah, we've got a
I
long.
could see if you could get something. Probably not the same level of that as that cloak we got, but
Yeah,
think
because I
you
do
might
want the
find
cloak
useful.
back.
Oh, you want the cloak back?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought, oh, can I pay you this many? He just grabs a handful of gold pieces. He's like,
No.
Magic items are
what about a
expensive, Fifi.
kebab?
A kebab. No. So magic items are very expensive.
Okay.
We'll get to that when we come to it. And you don't need to worry about boat rat. This is your money to spend, Fifi. So you don't need to worry about it.
Oh, And he just is like, okay. And he takes off the cloak and he just kind of drapes it over Aaliyah's head.
Thanks.
Away to souvenir, whatever that place is.
Yeah. Oh, I was just thinking. I wanted a
Let's figure
souvenir.
out
I got from your village, and now I want something from here. So I'm right with you, kid.
Yeah. All right. Where are we going?
I
We need
have.
some spices in a cookbook first.
I mean, that was souvenirs, cookbook. I think we can find that in the same shop.
Yeah.
Just get the big stuff out of the way.
We could go to a food market or something and look for that stuff because it seemed like they did really appreciate when you gave them like a pear, a peach, whatever it was you gave them. So various new foods would probably be a cool thing to bring back to Fifi's town.
So the area we're in now, you're saying,
Yeah, I
for
guess.
food.
Just need to make.
Lead the way, Doctor. I don't know if any of us have. Oh, I mean, Colton. I don't know if any of us have as profound a repertoire in food.
Basically, I'm following my nose, Aaliyah. That's what we're following. Following my nose, and it's gonna take us somewhere.
And there's a lot of different smells in the area. A lot of it is spicy, and even as you guys kind of eat into some of that kebab, make Constitution saves.
More than I expected.
That is a 19. I think I can handle the heat.
I think, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you guys seem to do well handling the spiciness of the food, and even Fifi doesn't seem to mind it that much as he just kind of barrows into it. And yeah, so with that, you guys kind of make your way along the area. Just Colton, roll perception check to see kind of what exactly are you looking for, I suppose.
Oh. That's the thing. That's the thing, DM. I have no idea. I'm just like, ooh, what smells good? Let's go over there. Ooh, this
Sure.
is fun. Let's go over here. Ooh,
Sure.
this is fun.
Make a
that's-
perception check.
I have a -1, and I'm leading the party. So
Hell
this is
yeah.
just great.
Yeah, you kind of you scout around the area, and with enough time, it feels like he's almost putting you guys on a wild goose chase for an hour, kind of looking at different shops and different areas, as scattering around the area. You guys are looking, and then he seems to get on one thing, and then immediately he's like, "Is that Samak?" And slowly begins to trek his way over to another area. And I've only read about this in Loxodon Weekly or whatever.
It's quite incredible. I've been a subscriber for years.
You're finding some very, very exotic dishes, and it's giving you a lot of ideas, Colton. And other than that, yeah, there's a couple places where you can buy food, but there's also a couple of smaller places that seem to be selling mostly just these fruits or vegetables, and also has a row of journals or books available. And as you enter, it is this small, somewhat younger Loxodon woman who's just hello, how's it going?
Oh, hello there. So this is is this where we're in the spice shop or cookbook? So where are we exactly?
This is a fruit stall / vegetable stall of the Galudos / Minamiashigara area, and it is also I've made a couple of journals or cookbooks that would be available to passersby.
Wow. My fruits have just I have in my pack have just drastically reduced recently. So I'm
Oh.
looking to stock up with some exquisite
What's this?
local fruits.
Uh,
What?
That's a coconut. Oh. Just, it seems like Fifi kind of interrupts you.
Then I go over to kind of see what Fifi's looking at.
There's mangoes, coconuts, there's papayas, some cactus fruit in there. There's a bunch of different, pretty usual kind of fruits and vegetables available. Carrots, there are some carrots, some wild kind of like different colored carrots, purple, and there are orange and white. Otherwise, let's see.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, without trying to take up too much time, I want to get some nice local fruits and veggies. I'm thinking stuff that can make me a nice smoothie.
Well, then you'll want the coconut, and you're gonna want maybe some goat's milk from over there if you're looking for goat's milk. You're going to definitely, well, depending on how many, you're gonna want some mangoes. We've got bananas if you want bananas, and we've got a couple of different, well, the cactus fruit is to die for. It is delicious. You're going to have to pluck a couple of stems from it, and you're going to have to prepare it properly. But if you can do that, then that should mix well in with your smoothie. Of course, you are going to need ice.
Right. I've got that covered. So cactus juice. I've heard some things about this legendary cactus juice.
Try
Quenchy.
cactus juice. It'll quench you. It's the quenchiest.
The legends say it's the quenchiest around.
God.
I mean,
Oh, it'll quench you.
say not good.
Yes. That's why you need to prepare it correctly, or else, you might have some hallucinations.
How do you prepare cactus?
Oh, you just need to make sure they're cactus fruits, and you just need to make sure you pluck out all of the spines on it, the prods, needles. That's a better word. And you also need to make sure that you take the pot that is connected to the cactus itself, and you kind of hollow that area out. You see, and she kind of picks up one. It's this red one that's been already kind of pre-plucked, and she points at the bottom where it was connected to the cactus itself, and she's like, "You just kind of," and she grabs a small knife and kind of cuts it out, and she kind of, barehandedly, just kind of puts her fingers in. It kind of does stain her gray skin a little bit red as she kind of takes that stem part out, and she's like, anything that is red you can eat, and the part that was the stem is more of this white or pink shade. And she's like, as long as you take that out, then it's okay to eat.
So red is good in this case, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be able to try that? Would I be able to buy that one you just took apart off of you to try?
Would you like it?
Sure.
Yeah.
So there's 2 copper.
Okay.
Picks the 2 copper and slides it over her way and hands you that, and
Share a little with Colton.
sure.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it is this kind of like fruity aromatic aroma to it just when you smell it, and just this bitter sweetness to it. It's not wholly sweet. It's not just straight sucrose, but it does have a little bit of bite to it. Not in a spicy kind of way, but in that kind of bitter hits you first, and then the aftertaste is this nice kind of overlay of sweet. Otherwise.
Okay.
Definitely tastes kind of like a mixture between a banana and a strawberry.
Make a lovely smoothie.
Oh,
Like an excellent smoothie I'll take multiple. Right, and then it just in my head, I'm just like, all right, Colton. First, take off the stems, then. Wait.
Just
Right.
eat the
So
red part.
how many
just trying
would you like
just
to buy?
memorize it. Everyone, wow. I won't be coming back. Bye. 4 cactus juices. Cactus
4
fruits.
fruits?
That's right. 4 fruits.
Will be
Yes.
eight
Juices.
8 copper. And
Right.
yeah, by the way, they are about the size of cantaloupes. These cactus fruits. They're large.
So I'll say that. Like a good coconut. The cooler is like, this stuff doesn't pack well. So I'll say like a coconut, few mangoes, like a few peaches. Get an overall price and not take up too much.
Sure. Yeah, you just get about 2 more pounds of fruit past those cactus fruits, and it just cost you. And you probably want some of that goat's milk, I'm guessing, too.
That looks really nice.
All right.
Oh, wait.
It's probably another silver and a copper.
All right, silver and a copper coming right up.
Gives you a nod and goes, well, thank you for your business, and have a wonderful day. I saw you eyeing the journals over there. Were you interested in any home-cooked kind of Galudos cuisine?
It was by chance. You have a good eye. Get that I can. Question DM. As far as like foods the can cook, you need to like see it once and then they like commit it to memory, or like that works.
I
like,
would
do they
say
just need to, like, see.
With like the chef feed, it's one thing to like, it's harder. You'd have to see it prepared and all the makings of it essentially to be able to mimic it. But if you have
so I can't just like see it.
No, if you have the cookbook, it'll be a lot easier for you to try to mimic a recipe than it would if you were trying to just make it from scratch without the recipe. Because I know how to make cheesecake, but boy, without a recipe, it's a lot harder to make a cheesecake. True. Say again, Connor, you're not receiving.
In my mansion, or I won't.
Oh, there you go. You're good.
As far as like getting ingredients into the mansion, do I just need to like see them, know what they taste like, and then they can appear there?
Yeah, I'd say so. If you've tasted something, you can probably have it be prepared in your mansion for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll get a good sample of everything that is unique to this region. So at least one of everything.
Yeah.
As far as like the journal, I would like at least 1, maybe 2.
Sure. There's a couple of journals there. There's, kind of Galudos recipes, volumes 1, 2, and 3. There's also just kind of like there's the Sumak's guide. And there is the there's a couple of interesting recipes loosely packed in a journal using rose water. And if you want to buy those, that's perfectly fine. Otherwise, let me know.
I will buy them both.
Okay,
I'm just trying to get in my for whatever. Sorry.
Yeah. There's so kind of Galudos dishes. Then the Sumak's guide. Those ones are going to be about 3 gold a piece. The journal with rose water, which is just kind of like the rose water recipes. Those are just probably going to be like probably around 4 silver. for about this loose fitting pages of about 8 different recipes.
Sounds good. Off and gone.
Awesome. So if you're buying all
Yeah,
3 of
I'll bet
those,
we can-
it's going to be 6 gold and 4 silver.
Yeah, got them off.
Wonderful. And so with
add
that,
it to my bag.
yeah. And to expedite things a little bit, you kind of make your way around, and kind of right next to you, wow, that's a big ass cat.
Holy shit.
They're right next to you as you make your way to different stalls, which happily give you free samples. You just kind of go over, and they're like, would you like to try some today, sir? And you just, as right next to you, Fifi's kind of looking up like, I want to try some. And he's like, of course, here you are. And you taste these kind of like, these crystallized dried bananas. You taste some dishes with cardamom in it, these savory dishes. Again, you taste some with like this mixture of spices that you're kind of able to tell is this blend of sesame seeds and marjoram, salt, thyme, and oregano. You get a good feel on a couple different recipes around the area. And that's definitely a lot of saffron in this area. So, because the crocus flower is a desert flower. And there's even like this jam jelly and this the sweetness that they infuse into a lot of dishes isn't sugar as much as it is more fruit based, like pomegranate, mango, papayas, and a various other kind of this mixture of fruitful flavors. So that is what you get. Yeah.
So yeah, sounds good. So while Colton's just absolutely going crazy, y'all can do your stuff.
Awesome. The rest of you kind of, Colton seems to be having a time with Fifi currently, and you guys are welcome to make your way. As you make your way, going to give you the warning of don't lose each other. Make sure you know where you're meeting up.
Yeah.
So we meet at the coast side.
Well, that
Right. Meet at the coast. Got it.
where
Coast could be
at the
pretty big.
coast?
Let me look.
Yeah, I
Let
was
me
about
look
to
at
say.
the coast.
That's like a
Is there
third
any
of the city, I'm pretty
identifiable
sure.
Landmarks on the coast.
Is there what?
Any identifiable landmarks on the coast?
You guys are way too far from the coast to even try to look at landmarks right now.
Okay.
Like you can hear
all
the
see the-
backdraft of the ocean of the wind, but you can't see the coast. It's not there. This is a large city, coastal town-ish kind of area. It's a coastal city. There we go.
Yeah, let's look for a meeting space. Let's just take a quick walk, look for a meeting space.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Make your way to the east along this main road. There's a large main road, still with those tracks that you've seen before. A couple actually splits into about 3 of them, and you can see a number of carts that are able to be shifted tracks in this kind of lever-operated system. You make your way further east and eventually find yourself that coast kind of, that coastal sound begins to kind of come up a lot more, whereas it was kind of just an afterthought before, and now is very present as you can hear these large winds and larger winds kind of coming in from the coast, as well as these larger waves kind of hitting this marbled siding that reaches inward to this coast. You can see a number of large docks made of this like druid crafted kind of wood branching out from the area. As you kind of look and see, you begin to hear that the coast kind of is coming up, and number of large and small ships in the area, ranging from those of about 30 feet to 45, 60. There's a couple larger ones at 100 or 150 feet long. And yeah, there's some big ships. They all seem to, the larger ships, of course, having these larger stockpiles that are brought down and wheeled in on these trolleys and loaded onto these carts. Where these camels seem to be hoisting them on a cart and ridden off. And as it's now getting to about afternoon. And the sun's kind of past its zenith, and you're looking around, and that you definitely see like there's a large wooden pole with kind of like directions in different areas of different streets. Basically, a large street pole in this main road. So,
I meet up at this pole. It's at least recognizable.
That would
I like that
probably work.
idea.
Yeah. Well, where all do we need to go? Do we want to try and pick up a few potions before we all split up?
I think we should figure out what is going to be our fastest transport to Minamiashigara.
Right.
I think that should be the first thing.
That's not a bad idea. And you also need to figure out a way for you to get back, or who might be able to give you transport, Fifi.
yes, I would appreciate that.
Is there like a
know.
person in charge of the dock who knows all the boats that come in and leave?
Make a perception check. You kind of look around, and no one's like, there's a lot of people shouting orders at their particular kind of ship, but there's no person out here who seems to be shouting orders to everyone else. Like there's no one stands above the rest. You might think that someone keeps track of those who come in or come out, and as you look to the left, you can see a number of sailors kind of entering into this larger tavern-esque kind of building. That's just it is this larger stone building, has this kind of aeration system at the top with these large kind of blinds and these windows even that are made of this glass from sand. And you kind of look in, and a number of these larger kind of sailors are inside. And as you kind of look in past this left side of this post that you're at, some of them do seem to be checking in to the counter before settling down and moving to a different part of the building.
Maybe we should go there, ask them. It seems like this might be where all the people who dock here go to rest up before heading out again.
See if we can.
And you look,
Good idea.
inscribed in the marble at the top is Galudos Galley. So
It might not hurt to figure out.
Maybe meet a crew that we gotta go with as well.
See who could be departing tomorrow.
Soon as possible, hopefully. Let's get looking.
okay.
Go.
As you make your way in, and there's a number of different people settling down this haughty kind of tavern-esque kind of joy that you know, it's louder, but even in this town, a lot of things are a little quiet, so even if it's boisterous and louder, it seems to be a little less loud than what you're used to. And there's a number of people lining the tables after kind of enjoying a relief from the sun, and even this area is kind of very quickly moving about. The number of sailors kind of take their drinks, kind of drink up real quick, and many of them in various languages, mostly Sylvan and Common, kind of just go, well, back to work, and they quickly bottom their ale and make their way out as they begin to help out once more. You enter in, there's no one really gives you an eye or anything, but travelers seem to be welcome here. in front of you is this counter, and then to the right of you is a larger kind of area with in the middle of the room, kind of leading down from the north end, a large stairwell that goes up a story, and surrounding that area on top is a second story with windows as well as tables. And on the roof of where you guys are now, it leads out into this kind of open air picnic area, essentially. So. Nice.
Well,
Where was so there was like a particular person that it seemed like they were going up to. Is that just like the barkeep, or was that someone else?
It just seems to be this woman of human descent, and she seems to kind of be sitting, kind of just looking at some ledgers, and there's a line of about 2 or 3 people. Mostly you see one person coming in with a group, that group kind of splitting off, and that person sitting down, not sitting, or those people sitting down while that person sticks behind to talk with the person behind the ledgers. They kind of slide some money their way. The sailor coming in slides money towards the person behind with the ledger, and they seem to split off as well as soon as that person seems to give them the thumbs up as well as this tag. That's about it.
Just try with them, maybe.
place to start.
That'd be a good idea.
Go up and get in line, I guess.
Yeah, you get in line, and just kind of waiting in line. The line swiftly kind of moves as one after the other. You meet this. Yes. You meet this woman, again, just this Middle Eastern complexion. Seems to kind of be having a little bit of makeup on with these kind of purple wings that come up from her eyes and kind of lead back and down the side of her face, kind of defining her jawline. She kind of just looks at you and, yes, hello. What is the ship and people you are here to sell? Or it's not people. Sorry, it's been a long day. She looks up. Oh, you are not sailors.
No.
No.
Sorry to disturb you. We're just traveling. We were looking to find a boat to take us somewhere, and we weren't exactly certain where to go. It seemed like you knew. It looked like they were all coming to you, so I thought maybe we'd ask you.
Yes, well, as you can see, there are many ships about. You can probably talk to and see if any of them might be interested. I have a number of them here if you're interested in a particular ship. Otherwise, I'm mostly just the receptionist. I make sure that they come in with, license and make sure they pay their fee for staying in the harbor, and then I excuse them with a tag, and they make their way to the tavern or wherever they want, and make sure they sell their goods.
Do you happen to know which of the boats you currently have listed here would go to Minamiashigara soon?
Let me see. Yes. Mhm. Okay. Yeah. She kind of flips through a couple pages here as she kind of looks through her ledgers. We do get a lot of ships in through Minamiashigara. Are you looking at something in particular?
Something that
We have ships coming in from Jagu, as well as the other one, which is Garamsha.
Realistically, we're looking for the fastest travel we could get there, preferably leaving tomorrow. But
Let me take. Does it not matter where you're going then?
I don't know too much about where along the coastline are they?
Well, they are. One is further south and one is further north.
I suppose whichever would be a shorter travel.
Two? Oh, two. That would be Jagu. Jagu would be the shortest travel at about 3 days. Just making your way across the ocean. The other one, Garumsha, would probably be about 4 or 5.
Okay. Yeah, Jakku would work then.
Yes, okay. And she looks at her ledgers for a moment, and I have the 3 ships that are leaving for Minamiashigara. Let's see. I've got a 30-footer ran by Fozzie and his crew on the Crown Royale. There's another ship. Her ship is 60 feet large. Berntria, that's her name. You'll be able to find Berntria's crew somewhere around here. And she rides on the Beaver Stride. As for the last ship, it's a larger ship. It's 120 foot. It is ran by Shawl and his men. And he is riding on the Hajima's Haste.
Thank you. We'll have to find and
yes.
talk to them.
Yes. And she just kind of like is being very, very polite with
Yeah.
you. But as she's kind of like, you can tell her eyes are kind of darting behind you a little. And by the time you guys get done, you look behind and there's a good line forming behind you.
Yeah, we would. We would
leave
move,
her
I think.
gold, some gold for her troubles.
Okay.
2 pieces of gold.
Slide over 2 gold, and she just says, "Thank you very much."
Okay. And then, yep.
And she seems more concerned with the work than the gold.
Yeah.
She does seem appreciative, but she's just kind of like when you're a fast food employee and or some kind of employee and someone keeps talking with you, and but there's a line forming behind them, and you're like, yeah, so like. It's good. It's been good seeing you, and they're like, "Oh, but have you seen the Mets game?" And you're like, "It's been, yeah, no, it's cool. It's been fun, but you also," and you're like, "Oh shit."
Just do that. Just do the Minnesotan, just like, well, that'll about do it.
And yeah, so with that, you make your way then.
Yeah, I don't want to bother her anymore.
Well, yeah, so let's talk. So do we want the smaller ship, the size ship, or
I
the
guess we
large
should see
ship?
when they leave. We could talk to them all and see when they leave. Pricing.
I suppose. I mean, the larger one was probably more protection.
Medium size could be
A
nice.
little bit.
But larger boat would probably go slower too, so I'd lean more towards a medium-sized one also. But yeah, I guess it depends on how much they cost and which one's going. Although we probably have enough money.
We'll have to see if we can find a small vessel that'd be willing to make the trip for you as well, Fifi.
Oh, okay. I can talk to some of the people out at the docks and see if one wants to give me a ride.
Do we want to leave
Wouldn't
them
mind
alone to
somebody
do that?
going along with you to help. Look, it might be kind of hard to find by yourself.
Oh, I'll just stick with you then.
All right. So
right.
Oh, first stop.
So the medium-sized ship, though, didn't they say she's here? Her crew's like in this tavern right now, I
should be
believe.
here
So
around here.
yeah, was it Burnetria
Yes.
and the Beaver Stride should be?
First stop.
So let's look around for them, I guess, and
Yeah.
Well,
ask,
ask
if they'll
around for
leave
them.
tomorrow.
Ah,
Yeah.
we
By
didn't
the way,
get that.
okay, as far as like what we got through our travels through the canyon, do we it's was it just like gold coins, or was it like solid gold or
Well,
something?
we split up the coins we got. We have like 25 pounds of solid gold.
Okay. Because yeah, maybe just get like trade that in for something else. But okay, just wondering what we had that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna vote soon to empty the bag of holding a little bit.
Alright. Okay, let's go ask after that ship.
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
Should probably empty out the bag of holding in like a private place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if this place has like. There's gotta be a tavern really close by. All these sailors.
That might be a thing we do like later tonight or something.
Yeah.
All right.
I want to start looking around at the sailors and try to find this Burnetria lady and the Beaver Stride, so I'm kind of like just listening for any those words, essentially. Figure out who
Very
it
well.
might be.
Could ask around too.
Yeah.
I'm awkward. You can ask. I'm just gonna listen.
Sure. Make a perception check, Aaliyah and Shepard. What are you doing?
I would maybe just a nearby group of sailors and just you guys seen Burnetria screw around here?
Hey, Burnetria. Let's see, where's that old witch at? She's gotta be upstairs on the patio.
Thank you, sir.
Meanwhile, Aaliyah, you're just like listening, but before you can really even discern anything, it seems Shepard's kind of got you beat.
It
Seems that direct conversation is better than being an introverted freak. No, just kidding.
I mean, did you expect anything different?
Yeah.
I think we'll find him upstairs, Aaliyah. If we want to head up there, guys.
All right. I'll follow after Shepard.
All right. You make your way upstairs, and again, tavern is pretty packed and constantly flowing. There's a number of servers that seem to be collecting dishes and wiping off tables as you're making your way up, swiftly kind of avoiding and evading you as you make your way up, and again, making their way to the back kitchen, which it comes in two installments, essentially, the lower level and the upper kitchen, so that they can fill as much as they can. With shorter walking distance and having to not go up and down stairs. You make your way past them and open the door. The sun kind of hits you and your eyes kind of, as the light glistens and falls down and on your eyes, blinding you for but a moment, making your way to the patio. Sitting in roughly about the corner position, you can see as kind of sitting at a table is this kind of like, she has lavender hair, kind of this pulled back lavender hair with gray streaks in it, lining back and pulled back into the kind of this bun, with this leather kind of studded overcoat, leading down to this long rapier at her side. Again, kind of that same kind of, let's see here. Yeah. Same kind of like style leather kind of going down her legs here as she seems to kind of be talking to a number of crewmates. She is this human female. She seems to have, as you get closer, this half-elf heritage to her. You wouldn't say half-elf though. You would say almost like a quarter elf or quarter something. As her ears are about human size, but just have this slight tip to it. And she even seems to have these kind of like freckled face that's been worn and sun-spotted in different areas. There's even like a small scar that kind of like runs across her right cheek. Again, talking to a number of different sailors of different races. There's a dwarf in the mix, as well as a... there is even a Loxodon kind of sitting at the table, taking up 2 stools. And she's just like... yes, and that is when I took my rapier to his neck and it just slashed. And they seem to kind of be amused as they're just like, oh, aye, that's a pretty good story, Bernthria, but that's not like the time that I encountered the ghost of the sea. And she's like, well, go on. Cheers!
I think we're in the right place.
Yeah, hello. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh. Well, I think you were just interrupting my friend's story here about the ghost of the sea, so I...
Sounded fascinating, but...
Which one?
No.
The ghost of the sea. Everyone's heard of him. Seamus,
The one
I think his
sea.
name is. Yeah. Well, there's multiple seas, of course. And what business do you have here, might I ask? And
Oh, we were looking for a ship heading to Minamiashigara soon.
oh, well, it seems that you have come to the right place then. Me and my crew, and she points out to the rest of them, the dwarf and the Loxodon. We're just about to be heading out here in probably another day or so.
Okay. Probably work well for us if you would be willing to take a few passengers.
Passengers? Well, I could certainly make room for a couple of passengers. How many?
It would be us and not the little one here.
Oh, okay, so just you
Oh.
4.
Yes.
And, we wouldn't mind where we would be going then, just to Minamiashigara?
Yeah.
Mm.
Were you heading to Jagu or further north?
We'll be heading to Jagu.
Okay.
Should probably... it is Jagu, by the way.
Jagu.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, fix that before I keep making the mistake. And permanently cemented as Jagu.
Yes, Jagu Lagoon.
Jagu Lagoon. And so, well, you were looking to go to Jagu then, yes? I could certainly make the accommodations, although you'll have to bring your own food and water for the couple days journey. As well as, nothing comes free, of course, so we can always discuss price. Fozor and the Loxodon kind of gives him her silent nod. Could you go back to the ship and make sure the men and women are making all the accommodations necessary for our departure tomorrow? And he kind of gives another silent nod as he gets up and kind of just moves past you. And she kind of points to the 2 seats that are now open at the table, crosses her legs, and just, so, what exactly were you looking for a travel to Jagoo?
I kind of take one of the 2 seats. I don't know if one of you guys would as well, but
If no one goes for it, I'll sit down. But if Colton or
Oh,
Aaliyah goes for it,
shit
I'll sit
with
down.
ya, Shepard. I got this.
You guys, Colton and Kiyoshi, both sit down on the same seat, taking half of this.
Yeah, you just like sit down on my lap. I'm just like, well, there.
Like, you're heavier than I thought you were, bro.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're crushing my legs.
Yeah, dude, I'm in incredible pain.
No, yeah, it's kind of stand 2 in the front, 2 in the back, and Aaliyah has a hard time because she's so short. You look, and she's still crossing her legs, and so I am looking for a way across to Jagu.
yes.
And of course, I have a number of very, expendable items on my boat. I don't want rummaged through if you heard my name through the grapevine. So, what exactly would you be offering me for a trip to Minamiashigara today?
Kind of look at the rest of the group.
Would we be expected to work as well as the rest of you, or will we just be guests?
Not if you pay well enough. No, I dare say that working on a boat can be quite exhausting for those without their sea legs.
I'd be able to help in the kitchen if you had to let me.
There's only one person allowed in the kitchen, and that's me.
I respect that. I can respect that.
This dwarf kind of sitting next to you is kind of giving you the side eyes. He's just, he also seems to kind of be stroking his beard a little, and as he says that, he kind of gives you the eye and then immediately just takes a swig of his, what you could presume to be rum.
Oh my gosh.
Just like Colton's totally oblivious to the fact that this guy that Colton just offered to like take his job. Just totally oblivious. just like.
Well,
We-
Uncle, you can fit someone else in the kitchen. It's going to be cramped, I hope you don't mind, but, and it's going to be rather short. As you can see, our kitchen man here seems to like his counters a little shorter than most. Which is nice for me. I had to spend less on the oak to make it. But
Very well, and I'm sure Aaliyah here could be of some help as well.
how so?
She has some magic at her disposal that may be able to help in case of any troubles. So I would imagine on the sea.
We're not exactly foreign to magic, I hope you know. Although you'll find most of it on Hajima's haste. You'll see me use a little bit to temper storms every now and then. Even our cook here has subtle magics that he uses. Although the man with the most magic would probably be the Loxodon you just saw left. He's more in tune to nature than most.
Very well.
Mm.
But either way, we can help if you wish, or we can stay out of your way too. But
Well, it matters not to me. If you want to work, I'll put you to work and give my men somewhat of a day off. Though I do say again, those who are untrained are unwelcome to work on my ship. Does anyone actually have any seafaring experience here?
I've been on the sea a little bit, but not long term.
Then, I'll happily put you to cleaning duties. Though you're always welcome to pay a little extra and skip the work altogether.
And how much extra would that be?
Well, we have to discuss price first.
I mean, now that I think about it, I did have some things that I was kind of looking to do over the extent of over the extent of the boat ride. Now that I'm thinking about it, it'd be better to just be as honored guests.
Very well. As for the rest of you, we can discuss price, I suppose.
Yes.
Well, from Minamiashigara, we're making our way there, so it's nothing out of the ordinary for us to travel. I suppose I would be able to get you there. Let's see. Suppose I would charge you about 4 gold pieces per passenger per day.
4 gold a passenger a day?
How many
That
days do we
Without
think it should
working
take?
or with working?
That would be without working.
And how many days would it take to get there?
Well, the projection is it usually takes 2 to 5.
Okay.
The weather constantly shifts, so if you're unable to pay for the 5 days, then I'm going to say that you're out of luck, seeing as it could take 5 days. Not to say that we are not honorable. We will try to get you there as quickly as we can, and you have my captain's word on that. But in case a voracious storm blows over and we need to shelter down for a day, or in case some other unordinary event that we sometimes see, we would like to just throw out the courtesy of 2 to 5 days.
Understandable.
I'm okay with that.
Around and work for us.
Sounds good.
Very well. And so, projecting, it could cost anywhere between 632 to 80 gold pieces, I suppose, for the travel. Which I would just like to see that you have upon our departure, 80 gold pieces. And that way I don't need to scalp you in case... I'm joking.
Yeah.
I just need to know you have the 80 in case, you try to make off before we make our way there.
Very well, and I think we could all just pay for ourselves, yes?
So just get a little peek-see of my gold pouch that has a large amount of gold in it.
I'll just
Seems
rummage around,
total. Seems
rummage around in my chest and
ridiculous.
hold up 2 platinums for the lady to see.
Okay. She just kind of gives you the eye and gives you a nod and looks at Colton pick up his large pouch and kind of goes, okay. And just you do be wary. Although in somewhere like Galudos, raising your pouches or money like that probably will go overlooked. Garumsha is a different place. They tend to have more thieves, so if you did that there, someone might eye you down.
I had no idea. Good to know.
Yes. Good thing you're in good company in Galudos, I suppose.
So I've heard. But
So, well, be here tomorrow, bright and early, and we will be making our way out. I'll ask for, let's say, just collect about 40 gold pieces for me. And that way, when we make our way there, I can give back the amount that you give. It's just a down payment.
Very well.
Might as well. Making the arrangements.
Could make the arrangements now and reserve us, for sure.
40, so that's 10,
I'll
10 for each of
slider
us.
the 2 platinum that I took out.
Thank you. That's half
Not
the
a
sum.
great mathematician. I thought we would all kind of pay our original.
Well, it's too late.
Slide over
He
10
already
gold.
paid. He already
No,
paid
Slide
half.
over 10.
I'm
already
already.
paid?
I'm just paying just in case we have 10 days or the 5 days for my share of that.
I just want to make sure that we get it down well. Should we do a down payment? They could totally just leave with the money you give them tomorrow, though.
She's already kind of flipping the 2 platinum in her fingers.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the only time I wasted.
Point.
Platinum.
Let me see. I think I've
That's
got
not-
platinum too. Hold on.
You guys
Oh,
tried
yeah.
to show off.
No, let's not just like tell the people how easy it is to steal from us, guys.
Uh,
I'm
there
not
was-
saying it's easy.
You're
I'll
saying,
give them
"Oh,
the rest
well,
of the
not
down
not the first time
payment
it's
to
happened."
reserve. To make sure it's reserved.
Okay, so you give him another 2 platinum, and she takes the pieces. She hands 2 of them to Golgol, the dwarf next to her, and she's like, make sure we're stocked up on good wine. Get a barrel of rum for the boys, and, well, I suppose use the rest on whatever you want, hon. Go. And she takes the other 2 pieces and kind of slips them, one in each side of her brazier, and got to keep it even.
We thank you for your help.
Yes, and we thank you for your business.
Where
Meet at the
where
docks?
is your where's your ship docked for tomorrow?
It is the Beaver Stride. Sorry, the Beaver Stride. It's that one out there, and you guys are literally on a ceiling. So she
Yes.
points it out to you. It's this 60-foot long ship with this against essentially like 2 sails, one in the back and one in the middle that kind of stick up, and kind of has this kind of like black and white stripe sail to it. The flag itself is just this beaver that's just like that, and in the background it has a tail kind of looping down, almost encircling it.
What time
We'll
in the
see you
morning?
tomorrow
So we
then.
make sure to get there on time.
We tend to wake up at about 4 a.m.
All right.
So a little bit
Yeah.
early.
Well, if you're a sailor, that's about on time.
All right.
See
then
you
see you at 4
tomorrow.
a.m.
Oh, you won't be needed until 6.
See you at 6.
Very well. And, yeah, that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Let's go find a ship for Fifi now.
Yeah.
You'll have to find out which of those ghost ships your friend took down at one point at a later time, I
Oh.
guess.
I'm standing right here.
Okay. I wasn't sure which one it was that left, so I
Right. Well,
I mean, y'all
I'll
look so
tell you
similar, I mean.
another time. Just not right now. It's not really coming to my memory. And she's like, I'm sure we'll have plenty of time on the ship for you to ask him about his tale. Isn't that right, Gogo? Right, Captain. And with that, you all kind of make your way and down and it seems you've secured travel for yourselves. With Burn Tree of the Breaver's Stride.
Was it
Okay, we
Captain Burntree?
We need
Burn Tria.
Burn Tree.
we need to figure out Fifi now, fast,
Hey
because
guys.
we're going tomorrow. We can't just ditch him here.
right.
I'll be okay. I'll find my way. Hey, does anyone have a ship? He just yells out.
There's a lot of
Flares his
ships
bag in the air.
here.
Oh.
Fifi,
Down,
no.
down, Phoebe. Don't show him your money.
Uh,
Right away, okay? Don't show him right away.
Oh, gotcha there, and I just kind of like point to the anyway. We should really
just
What was
let.
Name of your town again, Phoebe? Escapes me right now.
It's Freyen, but you could also drop me off at the other one, and I could make my way back. I gotta remember what the other one's called. Give me a second.
You may want to find a smaller ship since it'll most likely be out of their way.
All right. Okay.
I mean, we'll go with you, but
Okay. As he's already kind of started his way. He's a little confused because you keep saying like, "Go find a ship," and then also, "We'll help you," and then go find a ship. So with that, yeah, he kind of makes his way to this smaller ship. There are smaller ships here. Kind of these coastal fishermen. There's mostly run by Loxodon. These local Loxodon fishermen. And these smaller, about maybe 15-foot boats, maybe even smaller. As you make your way up, there's also much larger boats available, but most of these smaller boats are meant for the coast.
mm-hmm. So yeah, I just kind of go up to one that seems to have Loxodons with it. Hello there.
Yes, hello. How can I help you today?
Well, we had a question about if you would be able to help our young friend here. Just kind of gesture towards Fifi.
Well, help will always be given to those who need.
Yeah,
What can I do for you?
he is in need of a passage back to the north to his tribe. Kind of looks down his small circle of glasses. He puts on the lower ridge of his long kind of snout, and kind of still Fifi still has the shawl on at this moment, so he's like, I'm unable to go overseas to get this human boy back to where he belongs. He's from up north here on Corinth.
I am a beast man. Oh, apologies. I assume he's recently gone on his venture of understanding, then?
Correct.
Yes, it's definitely not the first time I've taken a beast man back to the north. And he kind of looks back, and you can see this younger looking Loxodon behind him. He kind of calls out to that Loxodon and says, "Give me a second." Yes, there we go. He goes, Mary Grove. Yes, Father. Would you like to accompany me to the north? Well, Father, I suppose I would love to accompany you to the north. I've never been. How is it? Well, we're returning one of these little beast people back to their town. Wow, and it's a nicer place. It's quaint. I go there a lot. Well, I went there a lot in my youth. Let's see. It's got to be about 60 years ago now. Yeah, 60 years. No, 55, 57. Oh, anyways, and he turns back to you. Oh, yeah, we should be able to bring him to Heidenlawn as we have done with so many others. Um,
Works for us.
How much we owe you for the trip?
Oh. Um, let's see. I suppose I'd charge you about for the trip there, and of course I've got to be making the trip back. One moment. Carry the two. Let's go 14 silver.
I'm just
Oh,
okay.
So
Wanna go
that
with this boat, Fifi?
How much is 14 silver?
it's a bit less than
Two
two
of
of
the-
those.
It's like 2 of those gold you have in your bag.
Oh my god. I am a king! I'm a king!
Should I have charged more?
definitely
Normal,
thought you would charge more. Yeah.
Normally they wouldn't have much money, but we happened to come across some on our way here, so
Well, kindness is as kindness does. I have to say that I was looking at going up there anyways to trade and also see if I could buy any of their fine jewelry they make with the Aquarius stones. It's not much skin off my back to make sure I have the 14 silver to essentially just make sure that this young beast child here, beast man, is well fed and along the way.
we appreciate it. When do you think you would be departing?
Well, let's see. I'd gauge, get everything prepared about 4 days. You got my public roll. Fuck!
Yep.
It's
The
4
D4.
days. 4 days!
And Fifi's like, um, I can do it. I'll be fine.
Do
We
you know-
can get him a room at a tavern and prepay it for like 4 days or something.
Okay.
Do you
How many of these do I owe him? And he looks at his gold pouch.
could just do 2?
Ooh, very kind of you.
nods, and I suppose I can make change. Picks through his pockets a little.
Would you happen to know of anywhere that he would be able to stay in the meantime? I would help him out, but the ship that we'll be going on ourselves is departing in the morning.
No, he could always just stay at my house. There's no skin off my teeth back. Saying goes. You'll see a lot of people around here offering kindness. Not much in way of taverns, but the Loxodon population love hosting travelers. If you would like, you are all welcome to stay at my abode for the night.
We appreciate that a lot, actually. Though, is there something we could do for you in return, perhaps? I mean...
Oh, well, if you would like to return the kindness, you could always buy a couple of, me and my son here, Mary Grove, hadn't had a lot of finer dishes since my wife passed away. If any of you can cook, we would love to taste finer foods of those traveled. We don't have a lot to offer, but I could always give you a bit of money to buy some groceries.
I'm a decent cook, and Colton here is most definitely a good one.
I have some ideas.
Very well, and he grabs he has a pretty loose wallet. Like not like loose as in like it's loose off his body, but it's very like limp.
Light.
It's very light. Yeah, he basically grabs the 2 gold pieces that he just got from Fifi and kind of hands them to you guys. And he's like, "Oh, make sure we're well fed for the night."
We could, in return for staying in your abode, we could... Yes.
Well, sure, I don't want to be taking advantage of all of your kindness.
In a return for a place to stay.
Means.
Bro. Oh, wow.
Well, so he puts his hand out. He kind of gets distracted at 2 things at once and puts his hand out. He's like, "Oh, well, good to meet you. I am Falgro."
To meet you, Falgro. I'm Kiyoshi.
And his hand kind of almost wraps completely around yours, this large, meaty hand. Still very old, kind of like shrunken as an older person, but still these Loxodons are huge. They're very large. They're not large classification, but they are but even to Butch, most Loxodons are pretty big. And
Colton.
yeah, good meeting you, Colton. And again, just this big hand. As for you,
Shepherd.
Shepherd, you're muted, but I'll take your hand
Shepherd.
anyways.
Oh, wow, what a guess.
Aaliyah.
Oh, yeah, good to meet you. And this is my son, Mary Grove. Mary Grove, why don't you introduce yourself? Yes, I am Mary Grove, Aaliyah, Shepherd, Colton, and Kiyoshi, and I'm Fifi. Oh, and he kind of rummages his head with his 2 fingers. Oh, good. Well, Fifi, why don't you... oh, that's right. And he kind of gets distracted again as he looks around. And, Mary Grove, could you get all of the mats out for the night for our guests? Yes, sir. Kind of, I bid you do, and I will be seeing you tonight. Very well.
As for the rest of you, that right over there is our humble abode. And kind of like along the coast are a number of these chateaus, these huts, longer huts. Again, made with various sandstone or improved in various ways with this marble or siding to them. But the top themselves are kind of made with this woven material. Again, kind of woven with like druid craft, you could say, in panels, which you would note those panels are sold in town, this dried rootage that's been woven together. And it seems to be large enough, hosting about 3 or 4 rooms in it. One of them about larger size, enough to host all of you. And yeah, he seems to kind of give you a nod, and that is where we will be staying for the night.
Thank you.
Uh,
Kind of take a mental note of where that is, and yeah.
Good meeting you, and I'll be seeing you there tonight. Then.
Sounds good.
Thank you again for providing Fifi a passage back home.
Oh, it is no problem. It's no skin off my toes.
Changed every time, I swear.
All right, Fifi, let's go get you those souvenirs you wanted.
Yeah, souvenirs. Yeah.
I run out the door after him.
Doctor to collect stuff, or well, I guess Shepard ought to go with the doctor to collect stuff for dinner, huh? It's like I was gonna go.
We could do that.
help.
Yeah.
Because we're all just gonna meet back here.
Or not.
Do we want
What
to
time is it?
pick up a few potions?
Oh yeah.
What time is it?
Yeah.
It's gonna be about 4 o'clock by now, after searching and wandering about for a little while.
And perhaps we should split up to get the food and the other items. If you need potions, we can pick them up for you.
I'll go.
I think it would be best if you guys are trying to save time to just stick together.
Perhaps find a jeweler to sell that bit of gold to.
Unless you have plot evident reasons to split up, it's probably going to be saving
That's
time
fair.
overall to just stick up.
Stick up.
So, stick up. You get, unless you have anything you really need, you basically just go to a grocery store or a small kind of, there's multiple stalls along the street selling various meats and cheeses, milk, the eggs. There's many places selling those fruits and vegetables from earlier, beets, radishes, mostly root kind of plants. Otherwise, yeah, that is kind of the way. As we'll say, you get charged about for the meal for the night, about 3 silver.
Okay.
And it's not a lot.
The bag
I-
of holding.
Oh, that works too. Would we want to get a bit of wine or something to go with it as well?
Ooh, yeah.
I was thinking about something like a nice lemon chicken curry, and yeah, light white wine would pair quite well with that. Good idea.
And yeah, you guys seem to kind of snatch up what you can and get everything prepared as you make your way around the area. Making your way to various places again. All that would just be about, for the meal for the night, about 3 silver pieces for basically all of you. Not a lot for a meal. It would be a lot if you were like buying whole chickens and whatnot, but
I mean, a whole chicken
With
is a
that.
meal for, a family,
For
basically.
an accident, yeah. Which the whole chicken and the fruits and vegetables, I mean, copper pieces. You're not living extravagantly, is
No.
essentially what I'm trying to say. So with that, you go and you buy a nice white wine that's available. That's going to be, if you're looking for how nice are you looking?
I would say probably a bit nicer than what your average household buy to drink commonly.
Oh, you're looking for our upper scale kind of wine, yes?
Yeah.
Yes, very well. Then you have come to the right place. The side vendor on the street seems to have a cart. He's just like, yes, this white wine right here. Very good, very good, very hearty for the soul. I say a gold piece.
I'll slide him gold.
All right, thank you. Take it, exotic. I put cactus in it. Get out of here.
Cactus plate, Ryan. And I wish I could still drink.
Oh, we're having.
Wait, come back. I've got another thing for you. Look at this, though. Rum for the seas. Rum from the seas. It was found in the ocean. I found it on the coast one day.
So it's not just
Never
filled with
taste-
seawater.
No, it's tasting like rum, and it's a fine one. I can assure you that. Watch. Yep, that's rum. Corks it again.
We were.
I think
Sure,
I'm good. I
for
just
sure.
want the white wine.
Insight
Alright.
check that quick.
Make an insight check.
And he found it in the ocean.
15.
He kind of his nose, his nostrils kind of flare up as he smells it a little. That's about all. He's got a pretty static face to him.
And how much for that?
I'll charge you 5 silver for it. A bottle of rum.
Sure, I could
All right.
have something to keep with me.
And what about this? And he pulls out a bottle of sparkling red wine. This is champagne from the northern coasts. I got it on my travels there one time.
Champagne. The name
It's
sounds
champagne.
familiar.
Years old.
Name
It's
sounds
gotta be
familiar.
tasty. And they say that the longer it ages, the tastier it is. Champagne.
I think I'm fine for now.
For now, but I love of this.
Are you coming in or going out? I've got to ask you.
I'm going out.
You're going out to sea?
Yes.
Then you're gonna want to be drunk while you're out there.
Here.
I can't
Unless
True.
And a
True.
nice way of getting drunk is with some nice champagne.
He sold me on this. I want it.
2 gold.
right,
2
you're
gold
right,
for this
you're right.
nice champagne.
It's true.
Gold for the champagne.
But wait, if you're going out to sea, then you're gonna need some more smaller bottles of rum to mix into your big bottle of rum.
I think I'm fine.
I mean, going out to sea. I mean, we don't know the rules, Shepard.
This is a silver piece per each of these little bottles of rum.
I've been on
The
ships
silver piece.
before.
And I even put some
I'll take a
cactus
look.
juice in there.
Ooh, I'll take the one with
Last
the
time I went on the sea.
Take the
There
one
you
with the
go.
little rum with cactus juice. little
Silver
bit.
piece. All right. But wait,
Right.
if you're going out, then you're also going to need. He's just taking things from his cart and he's like, I've got this bundle. And he grabs a basket from under his cart and he starts putting a bunch of wines into the cart, into the basket. And he's like, it's a special. We're running a special today. It's a special of assorted wines that you'll need to get drunk on the open seas. Nothing like getting drunk on the open seas. Am I right?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, you'll need it. Trust me.
I'm just gonna like pull Colton and just start walking away.
And like you start pulling, but like
Did I mention they're great for
he really only
cooking?
moves when Colton wants to.
Colton,
Mm,
we need to get
But-
cooking.
but like I don't need that for the sea.
It's
don't
and
need to
it's
get
good
drunk.
for cooking. It's both.
Yes.
Aren't they
Three
getting a
bottles.
Oh,
One,
yeah. Oh, you're
bargain
leaving.
deal.
Don't
No-
need to
I'll
get drunk.
let you
where
keep
else
the
are we gonna get these
basket.
deals?
This is ironic. Kiyoshi not wanting one. We cannot need to get drunk on the sea. We're leaving.
3 gold pieces.
Like, look at Aaliyah.
Aren't they getting
Yes.
a barrel of rum for the ship? We could probably pay the captain a bit and have some of that.
We already have
This is wine.
And I can cook with it, and we can get drunk off of it. I didn't even consider that before. Aaliyah, do you wanna pitch in?
I've even
Yes.
like, big bottles of
3
wine.
Right,
gold
so like,
pieces.
And slap that down, grab it, and run.
He's like, wait, but you look like fine customers, which is why. Wait, where are you going? No, I've got something real special for you. Come back, please.
I'm sorry. Can't.
Ow!
And I just walk
He
away.
goes, I guess you'll never see the blessed rum.
I'm gonna keep walking. It wasn't wine.
No.
Hey, so Shepard, Kiyoshi, you guys are walking. Aaliyah, you have the basket, and you're kind of walking. Yes.
Well, I jogged away. I
Fine.
pause at Blessed Rum and I look at Colton again. Is he gonna go for it?
You
I
see me like look at Kiyoshi.
And
Look
do
back.
a
Just
I'm gonna give
glass
him
of
a death
wine.
glare. Like, don't you do it? Don't
Kinda
you
walk
do
up.
it.
I kind of walk over by
Intimidation
Kiyoshi.
check.
Blessed
Make an intimidation
rum.
check, Kiyoshi.
Kiyoshi, you never got more blessed water. This is probably better.
Oh my god.
Probably only needs a drop.
And you
Blessed.
can drink it, Kiyoshi.
Rum.
Oh damn!
What's the intimidation check?
I
Oh,
think
What
you
if
should
we
be intimidated, bro?
What if we
Uh,
fight?
oh, sorry. Why can't I see the number? Let me see the number. Oh,
That's a
all right,
24.
Blessed
sorry, sir. We need to.
rum.
I'm sorry, sir. We need to get going.
Lead over
All
to
right, well,
Kiyoshi.
have a good day then.
Lead over to Kiyoshi. These
I
they're kind
appreciate
of
your
suckers,
business.
aren't they? Like just say it quietly to Kiyoshi.
Yoshi's just gonna kind of nod. Yeah.
Yeah,
Looking
grabs
over,
his
like,
cart
with-
and begins to roll it away.
Well, I'm looking at our hall with Aaliyah. I'm just like, yes.
So you
Yes,
guys-
that's what I'm talking
I
about.
wanna
Where
look
else
at
are we
these. Are
getting?
they even good wines that they bought?
You don't know. You can't taste them. Shit sucks, bro.
It does. It does.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, these are ours. That's why I'm
There's like a prompt
Yeah.
that does approach on your screen though. That's like, would you like to drink this wine?
No, I just think back to what happened last time I tried to drink wine, and I was like, no.
No. All right. And you continue onwards.
We do still need to
Some
get
holy
those.
water.
Yeah.
It's like getting a little
Not that
late. The
quick.
thing, like the initial thing that we were gonna get,
Those
we
potions?
Yeah, we
didn't need to
just-
get that.
Potions and souvenirs after that, just like let Fifi spend his money or something. So
That was like so much money, Aaliyah.
All right.
Well, let's
And
try
you
and get him a
Could
magic
be-
item.
yeah, because I took mine back from him. So
All right. You make
but,
your
yeah,
way.
let's go find magic.
Mm,
Mm.
yeah. Okay, you make your way to a place called Shawnee's. It's a magical kind of item shop in the windows, and Shawnee's, as you make your way in. You see, like, there's no one at the counter currently. As you kind of look around and see the multiple items on the walls, many potions lining the left side in kind of these bookcases. To the right in this display case area, you can see there's multiple kind of cloaks, hats, boots, belts kind of strung up, swords, scythes, sheaths, shields of all varieties. There's an upstairs. As you go upstairs, there's these books, scrolls, all locked in these display cases as well. Guarded with runic magic, as Colton looks at it, he can see that these are pretty indestructible cases. As you kind of look around, the one thing you don't see is an attendant.
I've been looking at been looking to peruse at your scrolls a little bit.
You kind of like call out, and as you do, you hear the subtle stop of a wagon outside. The door opens, and you hear, "Hey, someone in my shop!"
Yeah, we are.
He walks in. It's the same guy that was selling the wines and the rum and whatnot. I see you've made your way to my shop.
See, we have.
I bet that rum was totally worth it.
Oh, we got a steal. Yeah, just kind of do like a fist bump to the side.
I'm Shawnee. You never asked. My name is Shawnee. This is my shop. It's Shawnee's. Yeah. I can tell you're the good sort because you made your way to my shop, Shawnee's, and you're gonna buy more stuff. I can sense it already. I see into the future, and what I saw was you not buying my blessed rum, but buying, what is this? He waves his finger in the air a little. Yeah, it's potions. You want potions.
Like, look towards the crew.
Yes, I would like a potion of healing personally. Maybe you could bring something like that back along with other things to your tribe. You'd still have money for souvenirs, Fifi.
Well, what kind of potions?
Ow!
Pain
She's biting my
potions.
feet again.
Watch your foot. You don't want to stub it like that against the cabinet again.
Ow! Stop.
Stop hitting my fucking cabinet.
Leah, please.
Anyway,
The defense mechanism on the cabinets are working quite well then.
yeah, they're pretty good. As Aaliyah stubs her foot into one, it seems to like the leg of the cabinet kind of sticking out. She stubs her toe into it, and she's like, "Ow!" And then not only does she stub it, it also just kicks her in the foot. She's like, "Ow! Ow! Ow!"
Aaliyah, okay.
That's right. Stay away from my cabinets, lass. Unless you're looking to buy.
We are.
We were looking
Not
to buy.
not a cabinet, no.
Oh,
You're
You're
not
looking
gonna
to
believe
buy-
this, honey.
what?
Looking to buy potions. You're not gonna believe it.
I knew
Potentially
it.
a cave, if you have a cool cave.
The cave. Well, you're looking at Shawnee's buys only the best alcohols and also magic items. Straight from Minamiashigara.
Got it. Okay.
We're looking for some potions of healing, Penny.
Yay. You won't be finding those here.
Oh.
You'll have to go to the church.
Okay.
No.
What else do you have?
You're right. We've got many other items available here. What are you looking for? I'll have to grab my dungeon master.
I think you wanted a scroll of identify, Doctor.
Did a scroll of identify would be
Scroll.
quite the find.
Of identify, eh? Very
Identify.
well. I can get you one of those. Give me just a moment. Let's
I
take a
can be one of
look.
them.
The scroll of identification will be 50 gold pieces.
Have
How
your
much
shuffadam.
Very
ink do you
well.
need?
Yoshi?
Don't you need ink for that too?
Yeah, already got it in spades, Kiyoshi.
Just making sure, because you have that other spell you were doing.
Yeah, do appreciate. Wait. I'll take 50 gold pieces worth of spell copy.
It's like, wait a second. Hold on, I do.
I can do that for ya.
Alright.
And he gives you 50 gold
Gotcha.
pieces of inks and tonics and whatnot.
Okay, if I can get a scroll, if someone else could help me with that ink.
If you identify my guitar, we got a deal.
I'll identify it so much more, Kiyoshi.
I'll slide over
Quite the
50
smell.
gold.
I slide it over to Shani.
Oh, here you are. And he gives you the level 1 scroll of identification, and he gives you the inks and pens for scrolling it into your journal.
I have a quick
Anything
question.
else for you?
This is out of character, but have we looked through Citri's bag at all? Because she does have the materials for identify, like the gold stuff you need.
I
like
can
the
We
consider-
just. You guys don't have Citri's bag.
Oh, we do.
Say
Put it in the bag of holding because she left it.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was put in the bag of holding.
Ooh.
we've just had her.
Very well.
I mean,
I don't know. I
Isn't
don't
it?
know if
Or-
we've looked through it. You have Citri's stuff.
It's in the
You
bag
have
of holding.
her.
I never have the bag of holding. It's up to you to be like, hey, whose bag is this?
I put her stuff in there.
Yeah, we have Citri's
So,
stuff.
yeah.
We have her bag.
What is hers? What stuff does she
Here,
have?
let me get you. I got you.
Yeah, you'll have to look at that shit.
I swore that just disappeared into the ether.
Croshi.
Crochet. I miss Crochet.
I miss Croshi too.
Yeah, he needed to die. And he did. And he was reborn.
Okay. Okay, I found Citri's main page. We're good.
Very well.
So light.
Yeah, so will I.
Notes and prayers. We have a winter blanket, herbalism kit, a holy symbol. I'm assuming the shield was on her. She has augury
Yes.
and identify materials. I think the diamond dust probably would have been on her.
That would also
Where she
probably
was
been on her,
taking
yeah.
I would gauge so,
If
yeah.
it was for
I
Revivify,
would say
yeah.
the diamond dust was on her.
So stuff for Identify.
And her augury stuff.
Right.
I have a charred mandible.
Oh my god. Why are there so many pieces of creatures?
That's about
Like-
it for her.
Like when you say like the thing for
And she's
identify, do
got
you mean like
money.
the identifying focus? Do you mean like the identifying focus?
Yeah.
Awesome. That's the last thing I needed.
And she has 502 gold.
Oh, what?
Hey.
Wait. Well, that probably would have been on her body as well, I would think.
Right. No, that's weird.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry, I was still in character. What's happening?
Nothing. We were just talking about some of the stuff. There's one or two useful things basically in there, but
There's a ton of books too.
The focus
There's
is
books.
the big thing for me.
but
Of tarot cards.
anything look cool to you, Fifi? Might be a few lesser magic items that you could bring with if you liked.
How much does he have?
Around 100, I think.
Hey, there's trinkets he could purchase, I suppose. Nothing of consequence.
No.
Very well. And yeah, he kind of looks around and what about this? Hey, that is 300 gold pieces. Oh,
Gotta get him a cape of billowing.
what about this? That is
Oh.
3,000 gold pieces.
What did he just look at?
Oh,
Good lord.
he looked at a pair of horseshoes.
Ah,
Could be fun.
Hey, what about this? Hey, that would be 50 gold pieces. His ears kind of perk up. 50 gold pieces. That's 50 gold pieces.
What did he point at?
It's this dagger. It's longer dagger. About, you could say it's between a short sword and a dagger, I suppose. And as he kind of looks at it, he's like, what is it? And the Shawnee kind of gets up and he walks over, 1 foot at a time, hobbles over. By the way, you guys never asked what does Shawnee look like, but I think you have a good idea of what he looks like in your heads.
yes.
He hobbles over. And, hey, that sword, once cursed, has found new light in the hands of those who are true. When you wield the blade, your strikes will strike true if you yourself are true to your heart. So is it like, is it magic? No, but it looks really cool. Oh, how much? 50 gold pieces.
It's kind of a
And
lot.
also, it's a +1 blade.
Wow.
There it is.
There be some remnant magics in it. But I doubt some whippersnapper like you would be able to reawaken ancient magics forged through the ages. I'll buy it.
Alright.
50 gold pieces. He slides over. How much of this? It must be the bag.
No.
I'm kidding. And he
No.
counts out 50 gold pieces.
Like everybody's.
I
feel like everybody's just kind of watching what Fifi does when he has money involved.
if we were in any other city, we'd be just
Yeah.
stress.
Oh, what are you all looking at today?
Oak.
Oh, what?
Oak.
You want a cloak? So I see. As he kind of looks around, a cloak for you. What about you, young missy? Looks towards Aaliyah.
I already have cloak. I think I'm okay.
You're not looking for anything?
Do you have any actually magical daggers? Or
I'm certain I do.
I look at those.
Very well. And as for you, shiny man,
I don't have too much to spend at the moment, so I may save that for some healing potions. I bought myself a new
very
bow not long
well.
ago.
And as for you, wizard boy,
I mean, I'm holding the identify scroll and like all like the inks. Well, I got a good amount for now, but
are you a practitioner of the arcane?
I am.
Then I very well might have something for you. It is not my blessed rum, but something much greater. Yay. Let's start with you, Croak Man. To the cloaks.
Oh, right.
He looks around. Hey. Let's take like a 10-minute break, everyone. So, you're looking for cloaks. Meh. Meh. Sorry, guys. This is actually how I talk. Let's take a look here at what kind of cloaks I have to offer today. Yes. Yarg. So, as per cloaks, as I open up all of my DMG, everything. Let's see. Nothing in this ledger. On to the next one. There's so many. You see, there's so many books. To find them is the true venture. Almost there, can you see? You want a cloak. And that is what I knew you were here for. But truly, fuck. Next ledger.
You doing okay over there?
I'm trying to find cloaks.
It's okay.
Give me a moment. It's the last ledger, I promise. And if I can't find one, then I'm afraid you can go fires. Oh, perfect. Okay. Good. Okay. So, you be looking for cloaks, and you found them here. I've got a couple of robes, too, if you're looking for robes.
Okay.
So, I've got this nice robe of scintillating colors. Yes. Oh, it scintillates. Colors in all directions. I've also got this robe of stars. Stars. This robe of useful items. Yes. I've got a A cloak. Let's see. I've got a cloak of cloak displacement. One of elven kind. The protection. The manta ray. I've got a couple of other items. Ah, here's one. Nah. No, that's already said that one. I've got cloaks that'll make your mouth water. That's how cloaky they are. I just gotta find them. Nope. Ah! I've got this other cloak that I haven't made yet. So don't worry, it's called the Farmer's Tanned Cloak, but you're not interested in that one because it doesn't actually have anything to it right now.
Okay.
I've got a couple of... that's all I really have for cloaks, unfortunately.
What was the elvish one? Was it
A cloak of elvish kind. It is a wall. You wear this cloak with its hood up. You get wisdom perception checks to see you have disadvantage. And you have advantage on stealth checks made to hide, as the cloak's color shifts to camouflage you. Pulling the hood up or down requires an action. You
what about the
become
stars one?
I knew you'd probably be interested in me robe of stars. Give me just a moment. The robe of stars. It is a black or dark blue robe that is embroidered with small white or silver stars. You gain a +1 bonus to saving throws while you wear it. 6 stars located on the robe's upper front portion, and particularly large. While wearing this robe, you can use an action to pull off one of the stars and use it to cast a magic missile at a 5th level. Daily at dusk, 1d6 removed stars reappear on the robe. Are you okay? I might have to kick you out. I don't know. You're really screaming at that. Also, while you wear the robe, you can use an action to enter the astral plane along with everything you are wearing and carrying. You remain there until you use an action to return to the plane you are on. You reappear in the last space you occupied, or if that space is occupied, the nearest unoccupied space.
Damn. How much is that one?
A lot.
It would be in the thousands of gold pieces. The upper thousands, that is.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking. Holy shit.
I knew what that was, and it's a really cool item, but
Yay.
really expensive.
Oh.
Yay.
Uh,
Last 2,000?
I've also got some cool helmets. Some other stuff. But you're looking for cloaks.
Last 2,000, then it's out of my price range, sadly.
More than 2,000, yes. Yes, definitely more than 2,000.
Is the cloak the elvish one, attunement one?
Hey, let me take a look here. The cloak of elven kind it does require attunement.
Do you have any that don't require attunement?
Let me take a look. I'm gonna say very likely. Well, the cloak of the manta ray does not require attunement.
I don't need that one, so thanks
Oh,
for looking.
Hogwash. You need it, trust me. The robe of useful items does not require attunement.
I'm good on that one.
Very well. Then I have nothing that sees fit to interest you.
Okay. You can help Leah look for some figures.
What are you looking for, young lass?
Just either a magical dagger or just something with like a +1 or something.
Hey, so you're looking for a dagger. Let's see what I have for you. Of course, I always have this as he pulls out the assimilators. No, just kidding. Let's take a look here. Are you sure I can't interest you in this? And he pulls out this box with a lever on top of it. And he's like, it's a lottery box. You wanna buy it?
How much is the lottery box?
I'll charge you 500 gold pieces for it.
I'll look. I'll look at the daggers right now.
All right. Very well. Keep your secrets. Yes. I've got this. And he pulls out this rather like larger dagger, broader dagger. And pulls it out of this leather sheath that wraps that kind of is part of this belt that wraps twice around your upper hip and then your lower hip. And he's like, this baby right here cost me an arm and a leg, and then I regrew them. But boy, is it no one throughout the land would go without the David Bowie knife. It's got abilities like Fame, China Girl, Space Oddity, Changes, and Under Pressure.
Oh boy.
How much?
20,000 gold pieces.
Yeah. No, see, I'm think. Do we have anything cheaper? Like way cheaper?
Why are you being so cheap? I've got a club called the Red Bone. You want a club called the Red Bone?
She just
Oh
got
my
a
God.
staff.
Yeah. No, I'm okay. I think.
Okay, what about these kitten mittens?
What do they do?
Oh, God. Hey,
How much do they cost?
let me read it first. Once per day, the user may polymorph into a cat, lynx, lion, or any other cat creature. They keep their mental stats. As a bonus action, the mittens turn into razor-sharp claws. This is the second ability, if you didn't realize. They turn into razor-sharp claws that mold into one's hand. The claws deal 4d4 plus your strength or dex slashing damage on hit. Whilst wearing the mittens, one grows cat ears and a tail.
How much are they?
I charge you 750 for these nice mittens. I also have these summoning socks.
Summoning socks. What are you doing?
What did they summon?
I don't know. A lot of stuff. They summon a whole lot of stuff. And the more you travel and the more sweat dripped into them, usually the better summons they summon.
Oh, that's kind of
It's
neat.
interesting.
How much are those?
I would charge you 1,250 gold pieces for these socks.
I think I'm okay for right now.
You're hitting the upper echelon of these fancy. If you're looking for a +1 or +2 item, bleh. But if you're looking for something with a little punch today, you're gonna want these socks.
Do they
I got a
come
lot of stuff.
pre-used?
I could run in them overnight, and you could pick them up in the morning.
I'm okay for now.
Aye, very well. Let me check to make sure I don't actually have like a dagger or something for you. Ah, of course. The last thing I'll try to sell you. I promise. Maybe we'll see.
I think I have a wasp on my monitor right now.
Oh God.
Like crawling across your monitor?
Down the side of it.
Kill it.
How
I might go get like some toilet paper or something.
Get a vacuum. Just vacuum
I
it.
want to.
It's better if you get a vacuum. It won't sting you that way. Hey. So, that's a cool thing I might save. I also have, hey, Cloak Man. I have another thing for you if you're interested.
I am.
I've got Nature's Mantle. Requires attunement by a druid or ranger. Are you a druid or ranger?
I'm a monk.
Oh, dang
We
it,
have
never
a druid.
mind.
You have a druid though.
Where are these druids? Where even is
They're
they?
the ranger, but they're gone. They're
Nah.
off the street.
Their face has gone blank. Let's see. You can use the cloak as a spellcasting focus for your druid or ranger spells. And while you are in an area that is lightly obscured, you can hide as a bonus action, even if you are directly observed.
That's actually really cool.
That's a cool one.
Sounds good for Shepherd.
Hey, too bad he's gone blank-faced.
How much is that?
For such a delicious little mantle such as this, I would charge no less than 490 gold pieces. Maybe we save that until your friend looks like he
Yeah.
has a little more going on.
Yeah, tell that again when Brayden gets back.
Whatever. It's fine. I didn't even want to say it. Is
That was
there
a big
anything
one. That thing
there-
was big.
anything that you're looking for that I could pique your interest? I've got these. The radical kicks of tubular power.
I'm actually interested in a pair of kicks.
Oh, then you'll like these radical kicks of tubular power. The radical requirement of awesome attunement it requires. Yes.
What do they do?
Let's take a look. They've got an ability called Polka Dot Preoccupation. Choose 3 points within 30 feet of you, then create a 5-foot radius circles on those points. Creatures in these circles are enamored with the brilliant polka dot pattern and must succeed on a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw, or be unable to leave the area. They may repeat this save at the end of their next turns. And it also has an ability called Brand Spanking New. The shoes never show any sign of wear or tear, always looking clean and pristine. They also have an ability called Show Me Your Moves. The user gains advantage on any acrobatics, parkour checks, or dancing performance checks.
think I'm good, but it
Very
looks like Shepard
well.
has a little more going on. So you can.
As for you, druid or ranger, this cloak is nature's mantle. It shifts around you, and you can use it as a spellcasting focus. And you can also hide as a bonus action if you are lightly obscured. 490 gold pieces.
I think I'm fine for now.
Very well. Wow, you all came in here to just not buy things, didn't you?
Rangers don't use spellcasting focuses, and I already have a. I have a component pouch. I don't have a focus.
It's you can use either or, so it doesn't really matter. But
They don't have a listed one. I should
fair
say,
enough.
But yeah,
Which means up to this point, you shouldn't have been able to cast spells if you had a shield and a sword out. So fuck you.
well, with my old shield, I could kind of, but
That's true. Okay. Otherwise, you, and he points to Shepard. What were you looking for today?
I was mostly looking for potions. I don't have too much extra money left at this point, so
Very well. I've got a couple of potions that might suit your fancy. I also you, he points back to Aaliyah. I've got something else that I forgot to tell you about. I'm gonna try to make this as quick as possible. Don't worry. He goes, first, I've got a potion of gaseous form, a potion of giant strength, potion of fire breathing, and a potion of clairvoyance.
what does gaseous form do?
It allows you to cast gaseous form. You gain the effects of gaseous form for 1 hour with no concentration until you end the effect as a bonus action. Or until you end the effect as a bonus action.
I think I'm fine for now.
Very well. Then back to you before I get to the crazy item I have for your friend here.
I don't have much money. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I wasted your time.
Then at least gaze upon it.
I will.
You, girl! Get over here! Have you ever held a pen before? Answer me! Have you ever held a pen before?
No.
Harry, did you put your name in the goblet of fire?
Which one of us? Who?
You!
Oh,
You're the
no.
only girl here.
Ah!
Have you
I
ever
thought you were
held
talking
a...
to Colton.
No, he's not a girl. Have you ever held a pen before?
No, I don't know.
You ever held a sword before?
Yes.
Then let me introduce you to the pen sword. Chink, chink. Turns into a sword. The pen really is mightier than the sword. It's a pen,
Can I
and
use
also
swords?
it turns into a sword.
You can use some. I think you can use scimitars for whatever weird reason.
I can use
and I
scimitars.
don't
Can I
think
use a
so.
sword?
I don't know. Can you?
I don't know. I gotta go look it up.
Then
Where
look it
did
up.
I?
It's real easy for me.
Yeah, it's easy for you.
Dark
Can I use this weapon?
sickle
Yes.
sphere. No, I can't use
Working for
swords.
it.
No, you fool! Good thing.
Use short swords.
Aye, then this is the sword for you, Mr. Yoshi. Yay. This sword has an action. The user may double-click the pen to transform it into a short sword. The two clips on the sides jut out to form a crossguard, and the sword grows to accommodate a proper size. It's got an ability called Writing Out Your Doom. As a bonus action on your turn, you may attempt to write 3 letters into the ground with the short sword. After successfully writing a creature's name, they take 2d12 plus 25 force damage. It also has an ability called Ink Blot that you may use once per day to attempt to blind a creature with ink from the sword.
That's fun.
Hey.
So just have to ask everyone for their name. How to spell it.
Nice.
Worst item for us.
Shit sucks,
ever.
bro.
Is it?
like you're walking into an area and you're like, hey, what's your name? He's like, it's Gridonxia. And you're like, how do you spell that?
That's what I'm.
That's a funny one.
That is funny.
It's the most useless item in the game. For you guys.
You didn't say that it has range though, does it? So I like the idea of just writing the big guy's name over and over, and he just like feels a jab a
He's like-
distance
he's
or
just,
some
like, sleeping,
shit
and he's
every
just,
once in a while.
Just what the fuck?
Anyways. The pen sword. The pen really
Wait.
is mightier than the sword.
Does it not say a range?
I'm gonna
kind of
put a
important.
fucking range on it to 100 feet, so fuck you.
I was about to say, because that could just be like going into a fight, we learn his name, we just take the knight, write out his name.
Start writing out the
Next
name.
to- we could just-
You know what? It's 30 feet now. Fuck you.
We were having so many plans.
Start writing out Yoshi.
Kill me. So I assume that you want to buy it then.
I'm just curious how much it costs.
It'll cost you 950 gold pieces.
You know, technically we have a whole fucking bag of holding full of gold that we just don't know how much money we actually have.
Should probably look and see, because that's
Like, we're doing all this shopping and we're like, we don't have enough money. Like, we very well
Fucking-
could.
Yeah, that's
Well, I
literally the
could.
thought that's racing through my mind right now. Is like you guys are like, we don't have money, and I'm like, fuck you.
I wanted to go
Oh,
sell
I
the
could
chunk of
just
gold
sell
we
the
have first too.
gold, and then I would definitely come back if I ever got
Not
enough
the
money
budget.
to buy that that stars.
Yeah, I like that cloak.
Aye, that's Cloak of the Stars.
We should go see how much money we actually have, and then...
Aye, but before you leave, I've got one more thing to show your friend there. Just to wet his whistle a little. Just to get his jaw dropping. I know a wizard, a fine wizard like you would enjoy such a fine treasure like this. Shit, I gotta find it.
Like I'm okay, you know.
I had it somewhere. Holy shit. Where did I just put it? Give me a second. You know, when you simultaneously close all of your books and don't know why you did that. Don't worry, I've got it somewhere. 265.
Give me a second, it's very entertaining.
It's on this one? Nope. I think it's in this one, actually. I know exactly where it is.
God.
Don't worry. Stop. Just let me fucking find it.
Selection.
The one thing I do like buying on occasion is magic arrows. Those are fun.
Ah, yes. I don't suppose any of ya would be looking for this. He brings you to a case and grabs a key from his neck and just as he opens it up, it slams open. And in front of you, you see it, Colt. The most glorious thing. These 3 books. One of this dark blue, one this bright red, and one that is this yellow. He These are arcane grimoires.
What do they do?
They vary in range, but they require attunement by a wizard. While you're holding this leather-bound book, you can use it as a spellcasting focus for your wizard spells, and you gain a bonus to spell attack rolls and to saving throw DCs of your wizard spells. The bonus is determined by the book's rarity. In front of you, you have a +1, a +2, and a +3. You can use this book as a spell book. In addition, when you use your arcane recovery feature, you can increase the number of spell slot levels you regain by 1.
I mean, it's really Colton's like sweating a little bit. Just I mean, use like a little bit of saliva is just.
Oh no.
I mean, I might be a little. I might be a little interested.
I knew you would.
So the +1, +2, and +3.
Aye, but you're not in the market for them, and he flips it shut and...
We need to get counting now!
Let's sell some stuff and come back.
I do so quickly.
Sounds good.
For when the moon is at its zenith, the shop closes her doors.
You're open late.
All right.
I never sleep.
Right, boy. Got things to do. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right. He starts just. All right. So.
All right. You begin to make your way, and where to?
Probably get the potions and everything, and then somewhere to sell our stuff.
Sure. For time's sake,
Right
again,
back
just
here.
you go to the Hajama church, and it's this grand church with amazing cathedral to it. The first thing you realize when you enter the place is that it is noticeably colder than outside, which is why you presume half the people are probably praying here. And so you see a lot of people kind of like praying inside and seemingly kind of like enjoying the nice cold air and drinking some beverages, as well as just taking a reprieve, more resting, or there seems to be like a small kind of like book study in the corner. Many rooms to this area you can see as you approach, there is a female Loxodon giving a sermon right now.
Probably shouldn't interrupt that.
Yes.
It seems that Hajama has brought us new guests. Welcome, travelers. Come, sit down in the grace of Hajama.
Is this the preacher that's saying that, or?
Yes, who else?
Like, so, like, anywhere, just like.
What do you desire? Hajama's blessing?
You heard you had healing potions?
Then you desire Hajama's blessing for sure.
I love how not confident you were there.
AP?
That was funny.
Come,
That was.
come, and not, people are paying attention to her sermon, but she seems to just kind of be speaking, bringing you up, and so you desire potions of healing then?
Yes, and the holy water you might have as well.
Yes, yes. Hajama's blessing comes in many forms, child. Are you also sworn to Hajama? Are you
No.
looking to join the religion?
I don't think so, seeing as I probably will never be back in this area again.
Oh. Well, never mind that. There's like a small look of annoyance in her face. That you so blatantly disregarded everything she'd said.
Well, he didn't want to lie to her.
It was a little brazen, if you ask me.
A little bit.
So with that, she's like, yes, and what sort of blessings are you looking for today? You said
Looking at
potions
any
of
of the rest
healing.
of the group followed at all.
Yes.
Okay.
They're all not there.
We are
I'm just standing there.
just
I'm like,
as lost as you are.
Potion of healing would be lovely.
Of what variety?
Just lesser
"Sirs,
for
fine."
myself.
That's very well. And we ask that you offer a donation
Of course.
to our church. She puts out a box for you. No less than 50 gold pieces.
I was going to say, I would give 50 gold pieces, which is what I'm used to
Yeah,
paying.
I was like, pretty sure they're 50.
She
How much?
once more almost kind of looks, kind of like as you drop the money into the box, and she kind of looks a little disappointed. Very well.
I'll put in 60 because I felt like an ass.
And she, thank you for your contribution. Hands you both a lesser healing potion.
Thank you.
And for the flask of holy water, that will be 25 minimum.
I'm gonna look at somebody and be like, can I, like, have off with somebody because I just put in all my gold, but I don't want to put in all the rest of my or too many platinum.
I'll put 30 gold in.
All right. And do you need a certain amount of holy water, he or
Well,
she?
you said I needed 2 flasks to dip the one in, or that I had 2 flasks and then I used one of them.
Okay.
So I just need enough to dip the pendant in.
Okay. There you go. There's
Instead of
a
previous
second
set.
flask for you.
Thank you.
Be 25 gold pieces minimum.
Or put 30 in.
Thank you for your contribution
I'll
and
just,
charity.
Like, slide me 3 platinum then.
There you go. You continue, and anyone else would like the blessing of Hajama today? I'll take that as a no.
We're good, thanks.
Thank you.
We,
Love the
apol-
hospitality, though.
we apologize.
Thanks for interrupting, German.
All is forgiven under the blessing of Hajama. Did you make your way?
Yeah, we make our way out.
There you
All right. Now, what do we have in this bag of holding?
We have gold. A literal
We have a
like chunk of
big-ass
gold
thing
that
of
we
gold.
chucked in. Funny thing is,
All
it's
right,
15
we
pounds.
have
It's not
these.
even that big a chunk of gold. Gold is heavy.
Have that
Ooh,
fancy
the
snake
platinum-
crown
the
and
platinum-
really
the
fancy
plat- the-
saddle.
The golden snake crown. Ooh, well, maybe don't sell that here. That may fuck the memories.
Maybe Maybe the
Platinum
saddle though,
vase.
because it could be big enough that they could maybe have it for.
I mean, it's for a snake. I'm not entirely sure how well it would fit an elephant.
How
Big
well they
snake.
even.
A big snake though.
Yes.
It may not fit an elephant very well. Not at all.
Well, we could ask, but
You could try. You can try your best. Yeah, I think the platinum vase would also get us a good amount. Platinum sells for a good amount. So, with the massive pile of gold, work our way up.
And the,
Very well.
so go find
You
maybe
just
Okay.
a jeweler.
looking.
For a smithy, for the gold, I don't know.
Yes, I am your jeweler and smith of sorts. Why don't
found
you
it.
present me your goods and I will might buy them off of you, depending on their quality, of course.
Do you make the jewelry yourself here? Yes.
I do.
Well, we have some gold which may interest you.
I very well might be interested in your gold.
I'll pull out the 15 pounds of it.
His eyes widen a little. Locks it on man if you didn't know. Gold. Let's take a look. I very well would buy this gold off of you.
I mean, did anyone have any plans with the blue metal ingot? Because I was going to take that off. don't know
I
what
would
that
like to
is.
find out what it is first.
This man may be able to tell us.
Let's go ahead and finish with the gold first.
I would give you 750 gold pieces for these 15 pounds of gold that you present to me.
Trying to remember how much money we got for gold before. I can't remember if that's
They're
close enough.
generally very fair and honest.
Mhm.
You know.
I mean, it seems about average if you want to think about like price versus weight. Gold's not heavy.
True. But, yeah. And then we had one or two other things which we may want to ask you about.
What else?
We were wondering
Pull
if you
out
could
the metal.
tell us what this was.
Let me take a look. Gives it a little eye and he wraps his trunk around it for a second. Yes. Puts it down. What you have there is a raw bar of orichalcum.
Okay.
Is it worth much? I'm afraid it's a metal I don't know much about.
Orichalcum is a rare metal. Some would say it's rarer than platinum. Due to its innate magical properties. I don't know how you found as much as you did, nor how you put it in a bar such as this. But I can say that I would buy it from you if given the opportunity.
What do people usually do with it? What is it usually turned into?
Oh, well, it's turned into, I suppose, anything that you would make from steel. It's a strong metal, usually could fashion it into something a little more loose-fitting, like chainmail, offering a variety of protection not only from physical, but also magical assortments of damage.
Interesting.
So something like this, a single bar, wouldn't be enough to make a chain mail. I personally would use it as to make rings or pendants, send them overseas to Minamiashigara to be enchanted.
I see. And how much would a bar like this be worth?
I suppose a pound of orichalcum like this. You could probably sell to any upper-ranked blacksmith for about 1,000 gold pieces.
The whiskey's going down rough.
And you would be interested in purchasing this as well, you said, potentially?
I would.
Unless the party has any thoughts on another use for it.
Okay.
That's our real armor crafters, so I think it would be best if we get on with it.
Did you want to do the face as well at all?
Look, I mean, yeah, and I'll take out the platinum vase as well.
What the buzz?
Interesting. A vase such as this, I personally would smelt it down to again forge into other things. But I would give you 500 gold pieces for it.
I don't foresee us having much of a use for it personally.
Oh, true.
There's also gems in there, isn't there, Kiyoshi?
There's a bag of uncut rubies and emeralds. It says non-magical worth 370 gold.
Very specific.
That's what it's input as. Guess I can grab that out. Bag of uncut emeralds and rubies.
Where'd you get that? That's not in my ledgers.
We've had this for a while, I think.
Oh.
It's up pretty high up, so it's
Well, I'll sell them for 370 gold pieces then.
I think that was the
buy
bag
them.
that we got with. It looks because it's with the mortar and pedestal magical. I think that was a bag of stuff that we got when we got the gift from the Emerald Magus. It was in amongst the stuff that they had.
Very well, I'll buy them for 370 gold pieces.
All we want to get rid of?
I'd
Or
be
do you want
okay.
to try on the saddle? Because the
Selling all
saddle takes
that.
a lot of space.
I mean, not sure this is the best place to sell that.
We could try a blacksmith.
I am a
What's this,
blacksmith.
silver
Saddle.
sapphire? What is this silver sapphire amulet that I see? At the very top of the bag of holding.
Oh, geez, that was in there before the deed of the plot of land.
Yes. Silver sapphire.
Is it magical?
I doubt it.
Say it.
I think
so
you got
don't
that from the
say it.
Underdark.
Well, maybe from the Underdark, but I don't know. I mean,
No,
we
the
never got
thing
it.
at the very top of it's at the very top of the bag. We got that forever ago, and I don't think it's magical. It's just a nice looking amulet that we never sold.
Yes.
I take the gems a lot of the
Got a
time, I
point.
feel like, so I usually sell the gems when I can, but, yeah, we could sell that as well.
And that. Yeah.
This.
I feel like we made good progress today.
Let's see. Said the silver sapphire amulet I would purchase from you for 325 gold pieces.
Been using it. That's a good deal.
Perfect. Anything
Okay.
else you want to tell?
Me.
I think that is it for now.
All right. Then here is 2,925 gold pieces. 325 for the silver sapphire amulet. 350 for that other shit that you gave me.
Oh, the 370 of rubies and emeralds.
370. Sure. That means you get 2,950 gold pieces. The 1,000 for the orichalcum, 500 for the vase, and 750 for the gold. 2,950 gold pieces. Would you like me to split that 4 ways for you, or would you like to put it all into your bag? I'm seeing some head shakes up and down. Yes? Yes?
No, just put it in the bag.
All right.
Or we don't want to split it 4 ways
No,
already?
I want to go back to that other shop and decide as a group to get something or other. Every time we split it, we're like, oh, none of us can buy anything good because no one has enough money. But if we just all
think-
can
Let's just split
work
it.
for
and just-
one person to get something good, I'd rather just all pitch in to get, like, Colton the nice grimoire thing, or to get
We
Like
also
someone
have
in
extra
his
money
pockets or
already in the bag of holding.
like
Right.
how much?
That's what we're saying.
We
That's
have,
what we have 2,600, over 2,600, and then we add this on top of it, and then so we can get something
like,
really
let's
good.
just
Yeah.
split it. And
How
if
the
we need
wait? This has
to-
been up here this entire time.
I don't know how we have that much money still. We spent all the platinum, that's how.
You guys
It's
have
gold.
more shit to sell, by the way, that you keep not selling.
Like the,
Yeah, I want to get rid of the rock stuff.
there's some of that stuff,
The
there's,
cells?
you know.
Like small diamonds.
That might be.
Fresh
That
up.
might be.
Well, the
Oh,
diamonds
what
we
hap-
probably want to
you-
keep.
What happened to you trying to sell the saddle? What happened to you trying to sell that?
Well, they poo-pooed me, and we want to go to a blacksmith then.
You
They
are at a
what?
The
blacksmith.
blacksmith slash jeweler.
I
That
wouldn't.
guy was
Okay,
blacksmith
then
slash jeweler.
And
It was
I
so
want to try
convenient.
and sell it. But everybody was like, this isn't the
we-
place to sell it.
Ask him if he. Would you be interested in something like that?
Yes.
That snake saddle.
I would have to refit it, of course, but I would purchase it from you. He observes it. I'll buy it for, since I will have to refit it, 1,400 gold pieces.
So,
Bejeweled saddle?
get out of my bag.
Fair enough.
There's the bejeweled saddle. There's the.
We have a deal.
We have a deal.
Very well. Anything else you want to sell?
I mean, I kind of want to sell the crown, but everyone poo-pooed that one.
I don't. I'd look
It
at
might
that
be
one a bit
weird
more.
for people around here.
Yeah.
We might
Try that
want to
with
wait.
Minamiashigara.
What about this humongous rug that I don't know is magical?
Yeah, but he's a jewelry / blacksmith. That one I would
No,
try to sell.
buy it.
I think that's.
Just give it to me.
I wanted to look at that and see if it was magical or not first, because I wasn't sure.
Kinda, yeah. But we made progress for today.
I'm gonna pull the fancy rug out.
It's very weighty. It's very heavy as you pull it out. Whoa, quite the rug you have there. Oh, let's see. How much did I have that rug for?
Adam's like, I
Or
wrote it down
2950,
somewhere.
It was here. I had it.
1400 something. What do you say? 1400 something
For the saddle.
That was for the
jewel?
saddle.
Saddle.
1400 for the
yes.
saddle, so I'm just adding everything.
So you pull out this roughly 25-foot long rug that's
Big
rolled up and
rug.
bundled, and he takes a look at it. He's like, "It seems whoever made this rug inlaid gold into the rug itself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and it's made of what is this? Oh, the finest silk. Oh, what is this? Spider silk? No. It's much more. I must purchase this. I will give you 3,750 gold pieces for this rug.
Oh,
Kiyoshi didn't give anybody else a chance. It's just sold.
Perfect. I'm so happy.
I was just like,
okay, we are definitely splitting this up now.
I
Yeah.
don't want it split up yet until we go into that store and
Split it up.
anything.
Split it up.
Why?
I have 2 for split it up. I have 1. Colton, you have to decide here.
okay. Well, even with if we split it up, we still can't buy any of the upper range things that he was asking. He was like peddling out.
Well, how much were the items you were looking
Or-
at?
What
Look,
about the
because
grimoires?
you don't have it all in one bag. This is what happens every time. Go, I can't buy it, and then you sit and you wait, like because no one wants to ask, like, lend me fucking money.
Alyssa, I
You
literally,
are screaming.
I literally asked
Yeah, I
and
feel like
asked.
this is-
I literally did this and asked for money last time I wanted to buy an item for the bow.
Yeah.
Ah.
Anytime anybody asks for money, Kiyoshi always gives them money. Like,
We have
Not
a
an
group
issue.
fund. Let's just split it up.
I don't want it split up.
Well, you can put your share in the bag, and then they can grab their share.
How much the grimoire plus 2 is, because I think that'll be super, super cool.
right, I'm dividing this by 4. Well, I'll get 2,025.
It's very easy to
Then I'll
divide.
have 3
Yeah.
really good matches.
Everyone
that
gets
I-
2,025 gold pieces, or Aaliyah, you can put yours in the bag if you decide to.
No.
Okay.
Is he giving it to us in gold or
Oh,
platinum?
We'll see.
Gold.
Oh shit, my bag's
No,
heavy.
I'll say flat. Well,
Like-
no, we'll do fucking gold. Fuck you.
2,125?
2,025.
2,000. He'll give you 200 platinum and 25 gold pieces.
That's fair.
That way it's easier.
We
That-
almost forgot about that. Ooh-wee.
No.
That was a close one. We almost did not do anything with that. I forgot about that stuff a little bit, even though we just got it.
I'm like looking in the in the bag of holding, and I see stuff like large fancy rug, but I also see something called Devil Box Mesotopheles.
That's Aaliyah's box.
I can't spell Mesothedes, okay?
That's not the name.
Mephistopheles.
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 Either way.
There you go.
Oh
Okay,
my gosh.
so there you go. You got all your stuff sorted out. Now you actually have money. Okay.
Well,
All right, let's go. Well, look, we can cook and then go back to the store to buy stuff, because we probably should cook their food and then go back.
We'll be quick.
You have a delicious dinner.
We get.
And you're done.
Get going.
Fifi off there and drop Fifi off there.
Yeah.
All right.
Go.
You
No.
want to go?
No, I'm actually tired. I'm gonna go sleep now. Bye.
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 We cook.
Bye.
I help Colton.
We make a
You say-
delicious lemon chicken curry, and I make things with like.
I swear.
Super delicious.
You swear a couple times. In fact, you swear one time. No fuck. You say as you cut the radishes. You're away. Thank you for stopping by. Falgro says. We'll see you in the morning. Says or later tonight. Says Mary Grove. The moon is reaching its zenith.
Hurry!
Hey!
You run quickly
to Shawnee's.
to Shawnee's. You get to Shawnee's. You're here. You're back. What do you desire? What do you need? I've got him.
I want one of the grimoires.
Which one?
I want the +2.
You want the +2. Then you're gonna be looking at upwards of the mid 10,000s of gold pieces.
Mid 10,000s.
It's still really expensive
Yeah.
for a +2.
It's that's an incredibly good item. So
It's pretty
even with the
cool.
+1, I still get the increase the level of spells I can regain by 1,
Yay.
and can use it as spell casting focus.
Yeah.
Attack rolls +1.
For the regular +1, that one will be a lot less. That one will be 3,200 gold pieces.
We could help a bit with that, I think.
It's fine, Shepard. I mean, this is kind of what Aaliyah. This is kind of like the exact
Yes.
thing that Aaliyah was saying. This is literally.
Yeah.
We literally have plenty of money to cover the rest of it. We could take
Now you
like
have to ask for everyone to be like, I'll give 10. I'll give 15.
Don't quite have
we
the
could
funds.
take 2,000 out of the bag of holding for it.
Hey.
Buy it.
How's that? Does that sound good? 2,000 out of the bag of holding for it.
3,200.
I mean, I'll use 200 of my platinum.
All right.
Well, then take.
Then I need another 1,200 gold pieces.
We'll take that much as a bag of holding.
Okay.
Any
Very
magic?
well.
Any magic arrows at all, or nah?
No, we don't have any magic arrows. Go somewhere
Alright.
else.
I want the kitty mittens.
You want the kitten mittens? I knew you'd be back for the kitten. Fucking. No one ever. What about the summoning socks?
Yeah, those two.
How much did I say those were?
It was
I
like
think those were
1,000 something?
700 something, and the kitten ones were 400 something.
Oh, the socks were over 1,000.
I thought the socks were
Yeah,
like.
Were
definitely
they?
over 1,000.
I think they were like
For
yeah, like
1,000?
900 or 1,000, and the Kidmans were
I think
like
they were
750.
900.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Aye, kitten mittens are. I'll give you a deal. I'll say 700 for the mittens and 900 for the socks. So that'll be 1,600 gold pieces.
Yeah, sure.
I knew you'd be back and you'd be taking the mittens and the socks. I knew it. I just knew that you would. They both require attunement, so fuck you.
Oh no. What was it, 1600?
Kind of saw that coming. Not gonna lie.
So it'll be 1,600.
Okay.
All right.
Everybody
Arcane
can
Grim.
I'll just cycle through my things. Eeny, meeny, miny,
Anything-
mo.
Anything else for
What
ya?
spell? What color is this arcane grimoire? Is it
That
blue,
one would have been
red, or
the
yellow?
azure one. Yeah, that one would have been the blue.
Perfect. Azure Arcane Grimoire. So sophisticated.
No arrows, any shields?
Why didn't you ask for shields earlier?
Because I didn't have any money earlier. I didn't realize how much we had.
Hey, sure, why not? Let me see. I've got some shields somewhere. What kind of shields you looking at? You looking for a +1, +2?
Something like that wouldn't hurt, unless you have anything special on hand.
Hey, I'll take a look. Blah, blah. I've got the David Bowie knife. Are you sure you don't want the David Bowie knife?
I'm fine on weapon for now.
Hey, hey, hey. Ah! Let me find the shield. Alright, shield, a shield. I got a shield somewhere around here. I fucking know I do. Yay. You heard. You know what? I only have the +1 and the +2.
How much for the +2?
Oh, I do have this animated shield.
And what would the animated shield do?
While holding the shield, you can speak its command word as a bonus action, cause it to animate. The shield leaps into the air and hovers in your space to protect you if you are wielding it, leaving your hands free. The shield remains animated for 1 minute until you use a bonus action to end this effect, unless you die or are incapacitated. You just get a free hand. You don't have to have a shield.
I would like... How much would the animated shield be?
I'll charge you 1,200 for it. It's very rare, technically, but the applicability of it is slightly less. Also, I've got a better one that will charge you 2,200, but it's a +2 shield.
2,000?
Shit, I accidentally took out my headset. Give me a second. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I'm back. How's it going?
The 2,200 was for what again?
A +2 animated shield.
If you wouldn't mind lending me 20 platinum Kyoshi or 200 gold from the bag, I could do that. Sure. We'll go with that.
Yarr. You set the command word when you use it.
Got it.
All right. Anything else?
Wow, there's platinum there, and then it was gone.
You guys had money, and then you lost your money.
It's the sword attunement.
Which sword?
Pen sword.
You're looking at the pen sword. How much did I even say that was worth as well?
900 something.
The sword would most likely be attunement, yeah.
For like adding like a +1 bonus to like my like spell attacks and stuff, how would that how could I do that under like effects?
That's a good question.
I think you just
there's
goes in
a
your
lot of-
attack bonus. Let's see.
A lot of in the effects thing, I'm trying to like add like another passive effect, but it's like there's like weird questions. I'm like, I don't. What are you asking?
Right. We'll figure that out in a second here, Colton, after I get done selling some stuff.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
How many
For the
platinum
time
did we
being-
get from the one guy? Was it 200 platinum? I accidentally added
200 platinum.
you got
Okay,
200
I only added
platinum
20.
and
only added 20, I was
25.
Doesn't seem like a lot of money, but nope, that makes a lot more sense now. I was like, why do I was like, huh?
The pen sword does require attunement, yes.
I won't get it then. I can't
Aye.
sell my love.
Very
It's
well.
really cool.
And anything else? Anything else you want to buy today?
much is the Cloak of Stars?
The Cloak of Stars is probably one
J-
of the more expensive items here. I'm pretty sure I labeled it at pretty high, like in the upper thousands.
Yes.
Yeah. Not even close.
Like all of the
So
money
you-
we just got, essentially.
Aye.
All right. Other time, I'll be back for you.
Anything else? Very well. Thank you. And also, I will give you a deal on this blessed rum. Clink, ding, 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 ding. If you pay 200 for it right now, it be yours.
Is there anything special about it?
The special thing about it is that it tastes like rum, but it's blessed. They say those who drink it will have unfathomable power. Unfathomable.
I think I'm fine for now. I did get some rum for you.
Very well. Slips the rum away. And as we all finish up buying our stuff, you guys head back and you go to sleep. And we'll take like a 10-minute break while I write up all this shit. Wonderful. You all wake up the next morning ready for the day. You find yourselves kind of waking up to Marygrove and Falgrow, making a small breakfast for you, a meager breakfast, but a breakfast nonetheless. Yeah.
You guys are up early too, although I suppose you're go out fishing, so.
Oh, yes. We are early worms, as they say.
That's fair.
You guys are going to have to help me out here. I need to write this up, so you have to progress the plot.
You're good. I was just.
Sorry, I
coughing.
was muted. I was muted.
Good
I was
job.
muted just there. I was saying we might as well get moving out a little early here. Finish
Of
up
course.
and let's get going.
We will take care of Fifi in the meantime.
Oh,
Bye, Fifi. It was thank you for helping us get there.
I was going to see you off at the dock, you fucking piece of shit. I'm just kidding.
wait, what?
Eat soap in your mouth now.
Fuck you.
Could make a
No.
deal for this guy to send him fucking straight out into the middle of the ocean.
No, I was going to see you off at the dock, if that's okay.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Fuck off. Just... I couldn't help but feel a little bit of sarcasm.
Mr. Colton comes in, rewinds time, and then here we go.
Should have got some nicer food or some nicer rations while we were up, but what we have will do. Just nothing exciting. Well, you're cooking some, aren't you?
Oh, well. Yeah, I got a feeling that whatever he scrounges up won't quite be up to my standards. No offense.
as long as we're good on water and everything, which we'll
I'll
be fine on that.
Well, it. Oh, create our own. Oh,
Yes, we do.
I'll join the. Yeah. So yeah, if we can create our own water, then it shouldn't
Yeah.
be a problem. So I think everyone's good.
I suppose.
But thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you for being our honored guests.
Thank you, Falgrove. What did you do?
And kind of gives you guys a head nod as you make your way. Well, pleasant journeys to all of you.
Thank you.
As well.
Yes, of course.
Oh, that's just kind of just like going through the city. I'm kind of like looking around. Just I wonder what and since I've been here, what the world would be like if it was a little bit more like this place, right? That doesn't sound so bad now, doesn't it?
I get the things. Things could be get the idea. Things could be very different in some places.
These people, they set a good example. It's a little disappointing that this isn't more common. It's quite the world we live in that we're surprised by common courtesy. I think. Some bad times.
I suppose we should be on our way to the docks.
And you
We'll be there.
Yeah. Make your way to the docks. It's not a very far trek indeed.
No.
Seem to kind of get there as waiting for you at the front is Berntria, waiting by the beaver stride. She goes up. Well, we've been waiting for you. Why don't you board up here and we'll start our way?
Right, we're not the best with keeping time.
All right.
If you could forgive us.
And you start to trek onto the boat, and you see as Fifi is just waving his hand. It's been a real pleasure to travel with all of you, and I've learned a lot. And I thank you. I hope that someday you'll visit Freyan again, and maybe by then I'll be tribal leader. I'm not very good with goodbyes.
Well, it was nice traveling with you as well. And I'm happy we were able to help you.
Can I give you a big hug before I go on? It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. And he gives you a really big hug, just holding on really tight. And, let's go. He took out that knot in your back.
Oh. Now that was the plan all along.
I'm gonna miss you guys.
Oh, smack on the back.
Hug Fifi too, but not such a big hug. I don't want to crush him.
That as a have a decent strength mod.
Even though we were together for a little while, it just feels like there's gonna be something missing without you around. I knew this day would come eventually, but
We'll miss having you around as well.
Yoshi, you taught me to face my fears and to be there. Thank you for talking with me when I was down. And Colton, thank you for providing a nice place to sleep. I know I was a little rickety at first, but I think it helped me accommodate to different environments. Shepard, yeah, I got nothing for you, man. I'm gonna be honest, you were just kind of there. Thank you for helping me, there we go, helping the people get out of the Lafasas, and helping give directions from above.
I'm happy it worked out for us.
And Aaliyah, I hope everything with your venture goes well. And
Thank you.
okay.
The Drake tribal leader I know you can be. Fifi, enjoy some lost time with your mother.
I'll try. In the meantime, I'll grab a couple of souvenirs and I suppose I'll make my way back up north.
Have a safe trip.
You too. And you stand there for a minute or so and board up. As you do, the wooden rafters pulled in. All right, boys, we've got a mission. We've got to make our way to Minamiashigara and get these fine folk, these patrons of the seas, is there as fast as we can. So there's going to be no delay. You better buckle the sails. You better batten down all hatches, and we better be out in the next 5 minutes or my foot is going in someone's arse. Yes, ma'am! Bunch of them scream out. And they take the rope, and you see as the sails furl up. You begin to drift, standing there on the dock, waving you until he can't see you anymore. Fifi. Tears streaming down his face. Bye.
Bye.
We're out.
And,
Yeah.
now you're away.
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
And the arc of Corinth has now finished. As you make way on sails to brighter tomorrow, traveling along the shores. You all take time, and over the next couple days, is there anything anyone's going to be doing?
I want Colin to identify my keytar.
He's got to learn that.
Feeling like I'm gonna
First.
kind
Now,
of.
when he learns it, I'm gonna make him identify my keytar. In the meantime, I shouldn't practice it because I don't want to blow a hole in the ship. again.
Not with that. Well, not with that, attitude. This keytar, it has a magical ability to say if you take. Well, it's not too magical. Sorry, maybe it's just dancing lights. Not much
Colton.
else. Sorry about that, Kiyoshi.
Can I assume that you are learning Identify?
Learned identify, and I learned identify because I guess Kiyoshi's just fucking breathing down my neck for the first few hours of the trip. Gotta learn identify, and then I need to inform Kiyoshi that I can't add that to my prepared spell list for
Until
the day.
next day.
And learn the spell. Gonna
Okay.
have to be tomorrow before you fucking get your keytar identified. Before you can blow in the hole in this ship tomorrow.
Okay. I need by the way, I do need one person to roll a D100 for me.
So I'll do that. So the first day, learning identify. I also learned teleportation circle. I have the inks for both.
There
Use
we
all
go.
my inks, and then I use both scrolls.
Okay.
Question about spell scrolls. Is that just a one-time use spell, or just do I copy it and does that like lose the magic? So is that-
We've talked about this before.
Yep.
It's if you copy it into your book, it loses all magic.
enough. So that'll have me 11 hours. That's pretty much the entire day.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of spent doing that.
So you do which two spells?
The spell identify and the spell teleportation circle.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, you get those
For those
all
11
put in.
For those 11 hours, Kirsch'll just kind of like combination of like staring him down, and then I'll like sit down beside him, and it'll kind of just like doodle the doctor reading.
You're gonna diddle him.
Okay.
Doodle.
I mean,
Oh,
no, okay.
doodle, of course.
I do kind of work better alone. You're kind of freaking me out over here.
Shepard, Aaliyah, what are you doing on the first day here at sea?
Freaking me out.
I do want to ask Aaliyah to prepare scrying during this trip. I think
Shepard,
it'll-
you're muted.
I don't know why I'm muted. I don't know what I hit that made me muted, but I would ask Aaliyah to for one of the 2 other days during this journey to prepare scrying, even if I think it's a long shot. And
Okay.
I don't know.
Alyssa, are you do you have allergies or are you actually crying?
No,
Yes.
I'm not. Allergies, sorry.
Okay, I thought you were sad to see Fifi gone. I was like,
I
oh,
am. I am.
calm down. No, I'm just kidding.
Who can forget those classic Fifi moments where he tried to kill us that one time in the temple? That other time he tried to kill us in Colton's mansion.
Yeah.
Fifi and
Forget
I
those
had a
classic
really
Fifi
nice
moments.
chat. He was very
I'm just
motivational.
kidding. That was sweet.
He's gonna be a great leader.
Oh, and he thinks you're gonna be a good person.
Yeah.
Right when he grows up past 4 years. Some work to do.
Brayden, I should have that shield up and running for you. I just
Okay.
have to give you access to it. I'll tell you guys as I configure permissions for them what you got. And animated shield should be in Shepard's
Thank you.
inventory. I put it in your folder. As for the Staff of the Python, that one is Aaliyah's, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I will put that. And you already know, you've already attuned and know what that does, correct?
I believe she did.
No, I don't think I had that
Well,
yet.
You didn't. I don't think you had the exact
It's in my.
like specs. I think you had attuned to it though.
Okay, then you have the exact specs.
Oh yeah,
for it.
I said I attuned to it already. I just didn't have any of the.
And Colton, you
information
attuned to
about
the
it, yeah.
Staff of Frost, yes?
I did.
Okay, then I will give you permissions to see that.
Sounds good. With the Staff of Frost, it probably gets a little bit stuffy in my room.
Mhm.
Probably just want to make I probably use like a fog cloud like at least like once or twice to kind of just cool myself a little bit. To be like, yeah, I've been working for a solid 40 minutes. Time for a break.
Yeah, you definitely
Gosh.
get that up and running. As I get the other ones up and running, I will let y'all know. Otherwise, anything. So Kiyoshi and Colton seem to have their things underway. Aaliyah, Shepard, what were you guys doing?
Ask Aaliyah for that.
He
and
wants
I
me to
guess
scry at
Yes.
some point.
for the first day, maybe
Okay.
just work a bit on stone or on like chiseling some obsidian into a dragon's claw.
Okay. you kind of which one?
Type of dragon, or
Just what you said, dragon claw or dragon?
yeah.
Yeah. You start shaping it. Just make a masonry check.
I don't think I'm technically proficient in these yet.
I don't think either.
So something like this, probably just a general dex check then.
Maybe a dex check.
Not making a statue here.
Yeah.
Great, not horrible.
You start chiseling it out. Obsidian is kind of hard to work with because it breaks. It's very brittle. It breaks into pieces, and you have to be very, very careful because it's sharp as fuck. So you attempt to chisel out the basics of. You kind of snap the rock. You snap the rock in half, and then you snap that rock that you got in half. So you get about a quarter of that original rock, and you try to shape it. Unfortunately, about halfway through, it kind of breaks into two pieces.
Okay.
Time kind of wasted there, unfortunately, but you learn a lot. So, trade tit for tat.
Well, that was only a piece of the rock, so I have more attempts later.
Right. And otherwise, yeah, let's keep moving. And I think I got everything good to go, by the way, in terms of, nope, that needs attunement. Okay. Got that for Colton. Shepard, your item that I gave you, the animated shield, should have to require attunement. Yep. And also you should be able to equip it.
Okay.
Which means that you can essentially, I think, put it on your hotbar and keep it equipped. You can decide the bonus action or the word you use when you attune to it for command word. So that is perfectly fine.
Question: how do you get the picture? You have these super cool pictures. How do you get the pictures on them?
Those are actually just in Foundry most times, and if not, then I actually just find them and put them in.
Oh.
As for the Arcane Grimoire, I'll have to give it the passive effect to give you the additional. Also, if you want to use the Arcane Grimoire, you're going to have to start copying your spells into it.
If you want to use that as
kind
your
of like
spell
looking
book,
in. But so, I was kind of looking into that to maybe I could use it as a spellcasting focus, but maybe. Use this in addition when you use your. Does it specifically say that when that I need to have all my spells in as my spell book?
I would assume that
in order to have any of these.
You can double fist your books if you really wanted to, and cast spells from your regular book, but use the other book in your other hand. It's going to be a pain in the ass until you copy over all your spells, which I don't think. It doesn't take that much time if you check the player's handbook to copy over your spells, right?
Actually, I don't think it's too difficult.
Wouldn't I still need all those inks though? Wouldn't that be a huge problem?
I think you don't. Give me a second. Check the player's handbook. It's in Wizard. When you go to Wizard, if you lose your book, it just costs you a certain amount of time to copy the spells over. And maybe a little money.
Inks.
Replacing the book, you can copy a spell from your own spell book into another book. For example, if you want to make a backup copy of your spell book, this is just like copying a new spell into your book, but faster and easier, since you understand your own notations and already know how to cast the spell. You need to spend only 1 hour and 10 gold pieces for each level of the copied spell. If you lose your spell book, you can use the same procedure to transcribe the spells that you have prepared into the new spell book. Filling out the remainder of your spellbook requires you to find new spells to do so as normal. For this reason, many wizards keep backup spellbooks in a safe place. So, for each level that you want to copy over, it's 1 hour and 10 gold pieces.
Okay.
Well, I don't have even close to the amount of gold needed to even get close. But
It's only
that's
10 gold
no
pieces per level.
total.
Yeah, so you'll have to double fist
Even
books
that-
until you
yeah.
copy it all over, unfortunately.
Should have grabbed
which-
some of that before.
So, oh,
For purposes, you could ask around. They might have the specific inks and stuff, since they are heading to Minamiashigara, which is a place that excels in magical preparedness.
I also
on the
don't
boat.
have I mean, I spent pretty much everything getting the Arcane Grimoire, so I have 90 left. That's all I have. And plus, I don't want to take more out of the bag of holding just because I already had to take out 1,000 just to get it.
That's yeah. So double
But, like,
fist books
but
it
it's not
is.
like, yeah, but it's not like the book I have is currently my Arcane Focus. Like a unique thing to where I can use your spellbook as an Arcane Focus. It's still just either a focus or material component. I've just been using Arcane Focus. So like my spellbook is on my side, Arcane Focus in my hand, and then my staff.
Yeah, so like I said, you'll have to double fist books if you want to get that +1.
I have to hold both in both hands, but like I don't have to hold one in both hands now, though, is what I'm saying.
You'll have to hold, if you want to use the Arcane Grimoire as your spellcasting focus, you'll have to hold it in one hand, and then to use your actual book to cast the spell, you'll have to read it out. I'm giving you a favor here by saying that you don't have to actually write the spells in to use it.
I'm just a little confused about it more. We'll talk about it more. Sorry.
Sure. So we can talk about that later, but for now,
Good. Not to hold
that
it up
is
for now.
the way it is. As for other things, Shepherd, what were you doing? You were doing something. Leah, you are scrying, yes?
Well, if Shepard's gonna ask me to scry for
Yes.
whatever it is he wants me to scry for. In my free time, I'm just following the sailors around, watching them,
Okay.
what they're doing. But so, okay, what are we doing, Shepard?
So, I'm doubtful that this will work, but I wanted to try. DM, I'm assuming as a silver dragon, I don't know if it'd be the same or not, but as a silver dragon, would I have seen Shiva's human form before?
No.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Well, I can describe what I knew her as then. So basically, I would ask Aaliyah. I doubt this will work since she's been forced into another form, but I want you to scry for a silver dragon called Shiva Sarksun. I think that's how you say that.
Have to look.
And then I would describe her as a silver dragon, but it's likely she's forced in human form, so I'm not sure if it would work or not.
Oh. Okay. I'll try to scry for a person with that name.
Okay.
Which
Can I just click scry?
So you have you've heard of the target, which is second hand, which means they get a +5 on their saving
Yep.
throw.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they choose to fail.
But they have to know you're trying to scry them to choose to fail.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna
Oof.
cast it.
Yes.
I guess it's probably not gonna matter, but I
It's
have
an
to do it
18.
anyway.
I got an 18.
Yeah. So it was a 16 to save. So yeah.
So unfortunately, You kind of peer into your well of water, and you try to think for a moment of Shiva, and unfortunately, just nothing resonates with you as you kind of are drawn back into your form. Not even an image, unfortunately. Even if you get a feeling that even if you are trying to find a Shiva, not even they know who they are at this point, which means
Kinda
that they
figured,
go
but-
by a different name. It's kind of like if you were trying to scry
Yep.
Shepherd before as his draconic form, you probably wouldn't get anything.
And are you able to do it again? I'm assuming it would be the same results, but I want you to try one more if you can.
What day are we on, and how's the day been looking?
First day.
What level? First day? Yeah, sure. Ooh. That'll be both my 5th level slots in one day.
That's why I'm
But
asking
we
you.
just, so it's probably fine. Yeah, let's go again.
Okay. And for this one, I would like you to try and look for Novu Samor, who is a dragon of mixed bronze and silver. A younger dragon.
Alright.
All right. And so with that, once more you peer deep. But you think Novu some more. You fall into your well here as you find yourself kind of searching and spreading your mind along these ley lines. You search. Once more, drawn back. Not getting much for Novu some more either.
Sorry, Shepard. I mean, that might just not be enough information.
I'm
Or
not even sure if they're alive at this point. I believe Shiva was sealed, but I don't know what happened to Novu. Thank you, though.
you're welcome. Like, pat. Sorry.
There.
The summoning socks and the kitten mittens should be in your inventory.
Thanks.
I'll have to detail them out a little later, just as all of these, but if you'd never like to use them, let me know. It's just going to be a little Jimmy rigged for the night. So, as you make your way into the sea, and I'll stop kind of fucking around with the items for now. And crossing your way, you make your own food for the night, and all kind of enjoy yourselves. At one point, people are playing poker. They're just flipping cards away. Hey, you want to join? Nope. All
I'm
right.
fine for now.
Wait, what did we play before Kiyoshi? It wasn't poker, it was something else, right? Was it blackjack? The card game with that guy? Oh.
Blackjack.
You guys play blackjack?
Not at this table. We're playing poker right now.
I don't know that game.
Well, looks like you're shit out of luck, then. They kind of go back to their game. As night falls in, you all make your way to sleep. And wake up the next day and yeah. And find a wonderful day awaiting for you. In the distance, you can see as dolphins are flipping out of the water. Hear their cries. And fall back in. And splash in and out for a while, chasing your ship for a moment. A little mischievous. But overall fine. They seem to kind of divert off. Make their way left. As you guys proceed forward, the wind furling. When the wind does die down, it seems nice days for travel, honestly. When the wind does die down occasionally, and you do kind of keep going, but even then you see that stern, stolid Loxodon just kind of blowing this mighty gale of wind into the sails and pushing you guys even more so forward.
I want to go up and ask him what kind of spell that is, what he's doing.
Looks at you and kind of, he essentially starts to just kind of, as you approach, he looks at your lips a lot, and then he kind of just begins to use sign language, which many people are not familiar with.
No.
As just kind of gives this general kind of sign to you, as he just kind of puts his hands together and kind of gives you like a quick bow, as kind of just like a kind of like I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
But just kind of keeps pushing wind into the sails.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna watch and see if I can like think of what it is that he's doing, like identify what it is.
Sure. Just make a nature check. This is a druid in nature, so. Okay. So, you kind of look at it for a little while, and you kind of even notice that he is not necessarily even like, he doesn't have to really speak words for the spell. He seems to actually kind of include them, the words themselves, in the signing that he does with his semantic components, which seems to kind of replace the need for vocalage, a special kind of ability maybe he picked up at some point. And he seems to be just using Control Winds, a spell that you're familiar with, as he blows winds into the sails. It's a 5th level spell.
Yeah, I have that. I can't use it right now because I used all my 5th level spell slots, but yeah, I have that.
Yeah. And yeah, you continue along your way, burrowing with the wind, and it is 2nd day. You have your 5th levels again.
Oh, 2nd day? Okay.
You are on the 2nd day. As you again, what are people doing for the day?
Was that laugh?
No.
I'm finding Mr. Colton back.
Colton, you're muted. I don't know why people mute themselves.
Right.
I don't know how I did.
All right, Kiyoshi. All right, Kiyoshi. You've been staring at me all night. You've been giving me the willies. Fine. I just need a second here to get dressed, breakfast, and then I take identify, and I identify the guitar over a nice breakfast.
Okay. You start to identify the guitar. It is a guitar/keyboard used to rock synth waves across the battlefield. An attuned creature may use the following abilities. Light beams. You may make an attack using charisma and proficiency towards your chance to hit. You may add proficiency only if you are proficient in the guitar. The attack deals 3d12 radiant damage on hit. You can also use an ability called Heavenly Synth. Once per day, for each spell listed, except cantrips, you may make a performance check. If the check is equal to or greater than the following DCs, you may cast the following spells. With a DC 10 performance check, you can cast Dancing Lights. DC 14, Daylight. DC 16, Sickening Radiance. And DC 18, Wall of Light. There's a third ability called Dial It Up. The fine dials on the keytar are not just for show. After successfully making 3 attack or performance checks, or intermixed, with the keytar, you may turn the dial up as a bonus action, gaining advantage on attack rolls and performance checks for 1 minute. After the minute elapses, the keytar becomes inactive for 1d4 days. And with that, it is in Kyoshi's
Interesting.
hand.
Just when you attune to it, you don't automatically learn how to play it. I still have no idea how this thing works.
Figure that out.
Just so you're aware. Identify that you still need to know how to play it. So best of luck to you,
Practice on
and
the top of the
please.
deck.
I guess that's our best option.
And I will make sure to include an attack for that light beam attack as well, so that you can macro that if you desire. As with the other things on here, I will make sure that they are properly fitted so that when you, for instance, when you equip the animated shield, that it gives you that +4 AC, which I think it does already. The Arcane Focus for the Arcane Grimoire, I'll make sure that that gives you you don't have to calculate that in yourself. I'll make sure there's a passive effect that when you equip it, automatically gives you the +1, okay? To your DC and your other
Got
thing. Otherwise, well, what are you guys doing for the next day here, I suppose?
Kind of next thing. How is the breakfast? I was kind of trusting him for the first day and a half. How was the food? The name was a gargle. Gargle?
Yeah, you wouldn't know. Mostly because you were
I think I
advised
heard
to
the
bring your
captain
own
say it.
food.
Yeah, we're kind of eating our own basic food. At least I am eating my own basic food for now.
And his name is Galgul. But Goggle is what they all seem to say.
Okay. That's good. So I don't need to have a full-on cook-off with him. Got it. That's that where we were going. But I'm
The
all right
aroma
with it.
does seem to
Right.
be rather nice for the food, though.
Nice. And everyone just eating their rations, or do they want a little bit of a cooked meal with my cooking supply?
My plan was to mostly eat rations, and maybe for one of the days ask how much it would be if I was to get some of their food.
Well, this nice giant cooler are pretty much my rations. I don't have any basic rations. Do not have. I don't have any. I can't eat that stuff. I tried. In my youth, I could stomach stuff. No anymore. I make my own stuff, and if any, welcome to.
Seem kind of to eat what you can, and anything else throughout the day.
I can see if Colton. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna spend a good long while with that guy with the Loxodon. Like I'm watching him for a good long while, trying to mimic or pay attention to what he does, and then I want to try to help. I want to also try to cast Control Winds. Start it at a really light wind because I don't want to get in his way.
Mm-hmm.
But to see if I can assist and figure out how he's doing it exactly, what kind of pressure, direction, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. You the winds seem to be really, really low today. So even with him kind of powering in the winds, he kind of begins to push and you try to aid in whatever way you can. And as you do, as you kind of start blowing in the sail that he's already blowing in, he seems to kind of like grab your hands and then just kind of shake his head as he points up to the sail and then points and kind of gives you like this motion.
Rip, I think, saying.
And he kind of nods his head. And then he kind of points you over to the back sail of the ship.
Okay. Got it. I'll go over there and I'll help. I'll do it in that one then.
Okay. Yeah.
I can only do it for an hour at a time, and I only have
And
two
so can
slots of
he.
this,
So
yeah.
when the winds kind of die down for the day, that's when he's kind of using control winds to push. And when you see him do it, you tend to pop out onto the train as well.
Okay. Yep.
With that, then you take your break. You can tell you're both a little out of breath. This towering Loxodon just heaving a little as he kind of walks over to you and he puts up a hand. And you have trouble, but you have to like jump to try to give him a high five. And he kind of pats your head a little and then walks back to part of the ship and makes his way kind of up to the rafter in the top of the ship and just basically is kind of licking his two fingers and trying to feel the wind a little more, doing his routine checks. Shepard, what are you doing?
Probably not a ton. I mean, I might ask the Mr. Colton to look at the, as I wrote it down, the Amp It Up box we found.
Okay.
See what exactly that might do when you do say its trigger phrase.
Okay.
Right.
And I'll give another shot with like the next quarter of the obsidian.
Okay. Yeah. Just make another masonry check.
I'll ritually cast Identify.
Sure. As you do, you realize that this is called the Amp Transformer. Requires attunement, and as an action, a creature who has successfully hit an enemy or enemies 5 or more times may hold this artifact with both hands and say, "It's time to amp things up." The creature then transforms into give me a second. The creature then transforms into an amplitude forcer and gains the following benefits. They gain an amplitude suit that gives them +1 to AC. They may summon and desummon their unique amp weapon as a bonus action on their turn. They gain +2 to dex and strength stats to a maximum of 22. They also, as a reaction to being hit with an attack, may make a dynamic somersault, moving 10 feet away and causing an explosion with a radius of 10 feet at the point they jumped. Creatures in this explosion must make a DC 16 dexterity saving throw or take 2d8 force damage. The user may use this feature a number of times equal to their proficiency bonus. After 10 minutes, the suit dissipates. This transformation may be used twice per day, refreshing on a long rest.
That's cool.
Be good for.
See me making that face from like, I don't know, it's that one meme from that guy from like Emperor's New Groove. He's just like, yeah, I'm just like
Hold on to it. Hold on to it for now, but yeah, that's cool.
It's beautiful, Shepard.
It's beautiful.
It's incredible.
That is way cooler than I was expecting it to be for some random thing I found in a hole. Or like, no, I found some random thing I found on a dead body.
Right? The keytar and that amplify box. Though.
Both original creations.
They're definitely cursed, no doubt about it.
This to be awesome.
Cursed to be wild.
Then I I had a 16 for my masonry.
Okay. 16. Yeah, you seem to be getting a little better working with this obsidian. I will say that it's still a little rough, this claw you're trying to make. But you're getting the general shapings right, and spending about a good number of hours during the day definitely helps you work not fast, but slower and with more, I guess, caution. You get a rudimentary claw kind of forged. It has kind of this kind of like lined kind of edges to it. It's not smooth
Yeah.
for any fact. You're going to need sandpaper or something to help you out with that. But otherwise, you do have like this rough cut claw. Yes. Anything else for people during day 2?
I want to practice on the keytar on the top of the ship so I don't blow any holes in it.
Okay, make a performance check.
I'm great at those.
Okay.
But I'm not anymore.
Okay.
Not bad.
And with that, you just really give it a good array of notes here as you see kind of the guitar itself kind of blares out a multitude of just these light rays that shoot out of it. You see as they fly up into the sky, and they see you even swear you hit a bird, like a seagull in the distance. It seems to not even like it just. That's all you hear. As there's not even like a body. It's just evaporated. There's nothing left of that bird.
It's great. That's it. I just wanted to practice playing the guitar.
Anything else for day 2 before we wrap her up? Again, nice day out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really nice.
All right.
If it was ready, I would consider ending it with reading a book, but
Unfortunately not. All right.
So they're separate, like super busy.
not incredibly.
Hey, Shepard. So I've kind of been thinking a little bit about how I'm gonna use this thing, and I pull out the arcane grimoire. I think I'm gonna need some device to kind of some kind of like leather harness device to kind of hang on to, so I can both put my books back in, like my chest area securely and then bring them out easy. Do you work well with like leather, or actually a little bit with the obsidian? I thought maybe you'd be able to help me out.
I'm starting to learn that, and I'm pretty good with woodworking, but I have not done much leather work.
Right, no, it's just something. Maybe try to get like a harness thing in a Minamiashigara, but just something I've been thinking about. I was
look.
enamored by his his salesmanship, that I didn't actually think about how I was going to use it. Oh,
Yeah, we could look there,
looking
or
around
else
there.
if they don't have anything there, we could try and get some leather and maybe try to fashion something.
So I don't have a ton of experience with like leather and those kind of contraptions, or maybe we can make some kind of metal contraption, or really no, I'm just kind of spitballing here.
I'm a lot better with wood than metal.
Don't know if wood helps me out here, but
Wood help you out.
unless you're like really good.
I would say I'm pretty good, but you'd probably need wood and like leather or something along those lines, a combination of things. And
Something you'd be willing to help me out with?
give it a shot if we got some more materials.
Right. I think we might be a little bit short of materials at the moment. Don't know how much leather they have on board. Probably not a lot.
Probably not.
Why not? Look, no, just kind of. I'll leave you. I'll leave you to what. I mean, whatever it is. What are you trying to do?
Not much now. I mean, been working on trying to improve using these tools, but I don't exactly have too much to do on this trip. Saving my book for now,
well.
so.
Most of what I needed to do done. So teleportation circle is up and ready whenever we need to use it.
That's good to know. Definitely could use it to get back to Amaranth. But...
That's the plan.
All right.
So kind of
And with that,
bit of a do. Go with
if you guys finished up with the conversation, I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, we are.
Fine.
I think he was kind of busy.
All right.
Stuff. We're good.
Okay, so as you continue along your travels here, and again, day turns to night, you help in whatever way you can, Aaliyah, kind of blowing sail into that back sail. You can see as the captain, Berntria, comes out, and she walks over. Aye, well, don't we have just another proficient druid to push along our sails? Not bad, kid. Not bad.
Like huffing and puffing. Thanks.
If you're ever looking to join the life of a sailor, you can come talk to me. Being one of the more experienced broads on this side of the ocean, I wouldn't be heavy-hearted to give another lady like you a tip or two.
That would be so cool. She's got like stars in her eyes. She's excited about this.
You've kind of counted down, even though you don't know this, Aaliyah. This is the second pirate ship that you were oddly fit for. And, make your way as once more. She kind of gives you a nod and kind of takes off her hat and kind of just plops it on your head, and she's like, "There you go."
Have a little stroke there. Yes.
Woo. Kind of fitting the part. And she seems to walk away, and about 5 minutes, she's already wearing a better hat. Although the one that you have on has experience. Like, it has like this worn kind of cut kind of nature to it. It's definitely seen many sun and many rains.
Do I get to keep this hat?
I don't know. We'll see. As you continue along your way, and again, she kind of, at night, now kind of leading into the dark, she seems to kind of ding, 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 kind of get her glass out. She seems to have poured a nice wine, and her and a couple of the members have gotten out a table underneath the ship, and they are sitting there. And she goes, 3 cheers to bright sunshines and merry travels along this fine ocean wind that carries us, and the fine wind provided by our cohort here. Thank you. And she seems to also like actually use sign language. Thank you, Fozor, is what she kind of says. And he, of course, kind of just puts his hands together and just kind of gives her a bow. And the fine food provided by our cook here, Golgo. Thank you, Golgo. And of course, merry thanks to Aaliyah back there. Bring out the casks and rum for all tonight. we're meeting our destination half a day's better than we would have, if not for our fine adventure in the back. And she seems to kind of fill up a half thing of rum and slide it your way. And she's like, if you don't like that, I'm sure Gargle will gulch that down in a hot second. We have wine, of course, as well.
Thanks. Try it. Yeah.
Yes. So the 4th, you guys travel through the canyon. The 5th, you guys were in the city. The 6th, the 7th, and then finally the 8th is when you finally reach Minamiashigara.
It's still May?
It is
What month
April.
are we in? April, okay.
As you have your drinks for the night, start to rest. Sleep overtakes many of you. 3rd day comes. And you're traveling along the sea. You find that the day's travel is stolid. It is steady. The winds are good enough to proceed your travel further. The air is calm, and the wind is blowing through the sails, and then it goes calm again, and then it picks up, and there's parts where it's kind of dry, but for the most part, you see ahead of you a small landmass that eventually starts to breach the horizon, pulling closer. You'll hear a land ho! Jagu awaits. And about half a day's travel in, at about 2 p.m. on the 8th of April, you reach port to Jagu of Minamiashigara. A travel without incident.
How
You
long
enter into the city. Sorry?
How long did that take?
I've already marked it on the calendar, but took about you're on
did you
your
already
third
mark it
day.
on?
Third day. Okay.
So you're on the 8th of April.
On the 8th of April.
And with that, you enter into Jagu. She seems to kind of get to you guys, the burn tree, and well, I appreciate the voyage. Thank you, of course. Out of the 40 gold pieces you gave to me as down payment, we only spent 3 days and about 4 people. I only need 8 more gold pieces, and we are square.
Ashley.
Hmm?
Blood out of the bag of holding.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I thank you very much, of course, for your hospitality during this time. I hope you'll think of us again. If you ever need something shipped, something sold and brought overseas, or anything for that matter, another voyage perhaps. If you need to know anything about Jagu before you make your way into the city, I suggest you ask me.
Well,
We need.
what was that?
Is there any place to get a map?
A map of.
Minamiashigara.
More detail.
Not that I would know. We tend to stay near the coasts of Minamiashigara. I guess my question mostly pertained to the people. Any shops or trades, as well as places to stay. They've got a couple of nice places. Of course, you'll know that money talks around here. But respect also does, to a certain extent. If you're looking for wondrous magical items, there's Karashim's Caravan. They have an assortment of very, very fine but expensive wares, trust me. If Zain and her spectacular wares are medial. This place is flooded with magic items. You might be able to find a deal somewhere around here. There's also Oasis Trades. That's a good pawn shop in case you wish to sell anything or pawn anything. As you've been venturing on the hot sun in a ship for a couple of days, I suggest that you maybe settle down in the city. If you wanted, you can always go to Jaju Bazu. It's a very illicit club for fine folk like yourself with coin to spend. There's also Fruities, a bar and resort. And if you're looking for maybe more exotic animals, I would suggest heading over to Brondo's Vibrant Beasts. He bought a good animal off him before, a war stallion that we used as a cart trade in the western part of Koketsu area. And if it is your fancy, they do sell slaves here as well, if you would like someone to pack and hold your packs for you.
Thank you for the
well,
knowledge.
They're indentured servants, but let's be honest, they're slaves.
All right. Good to know local customs before you arrive.
Yes. As, anything other questions that you have to ask before I duly bid you adieu?
None that I can think of off the top of them.
Very well.
The only ones we do, yeah.
Then I
Thank
bid you a
you.
good day.
Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
safe passage.
Yes.
All right, yeah.
And you make your way into the city of Jagu. Anywhere particularly, it is midday that you want to spend before you make way into the deep desert region.
I think we might need to get the...
Sorry, what?
What?
We get rid of the crown so that we
We
can
can look at
actually look at more magic items.
Oh, right. Actually, I could identify it. I did forget to do that.
If it's magical.
And you can try.
Don't mind getting a place to stay for tonight, though. We need to get a desert attire to wear. The getting really sweaty.
We
Yeah.
don't have all that much time left, though. We
No.
really need to get going.
Right. So
We
let's at
also
least.
need to be prepared.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we
no,
don't need to
that's
get.
fine,
Maybe we don't need
but-
to stay. Maybe we don't need to stay the night. Okay, I understand. But the right attire is.
Yeah. And
We're also going to
I
be
don't-
going to the mountains in the cold, so you also want something to keep you warm as well.
Right.
At least a few of us still have some warmer clothes still.
Yeah, I saw.
I had a question. So the Staff of Frost says I have resistance to cold damage while I hold the staff.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work with like natural like intense heat or intense cold?
It doesn't, for the reason that it doesn't say particularly that you have like resistance to intense heat or like if it said mountain born on it, then you would
Right.
have that ability. But unfortunately, you do have resistance to like instances of cold damage, but not long-term cold, if that makes sense. You know?
Okay, I see what you mean there.
So do we
Okay,
want
I was
to?
hoping to luck out there. Darn it.
It's yeah. I'm sorry.
So do we want to? We want to go in, sell the crown thing, or identify it, sell it, whatever. Get
Good stuff.
clothing for the travels. Get some more rations. Are we? Do we know exactly where we're going? We need to go
Still
into
have
the
alchemy jug, right?
mountains.
Yes.
I have the
Yeah.
alchemy jug still, so water
We
should be
should have water.
fine.
Well, we're also going through the desert, so it may. I think we're at least double our water reserves when we're going through the desert.
I think it
That's
gives us
how many
2
gallons for a
gallons
day?
each a day.
I think it's yeah. Do we need more
Yeah.
than that for the desert?
If we still had 5
I
people, I
guess-
think we would.
Yeah.
But I
If it
think
comes
that's
down
okay.
to it, if we really need to, I can also like have create water. If it becomes a problem, I can get that set up so that we start the day with an extra like gallon or whatever. I'm wondering more like if we know exactly, do we know we don't really know exactly where we're going. We're going into the mountains. Are we taking like, do we need like steeds, something to get
Yeah.
us there, or
Like a Sherpa, something to get us through the mountains, a guide maybe.
Well, we need to go to the mountains, find something there, and to the other side.
Would be good.
and to the other side? Why do we have to go all the way to the other side?
To find the frozen city of Kitsunes.
Why would we
Because
need
that's
to do
where
that?
the Chiron is.
Is it really? I thought it was just up in the mountains.
Well, I mean, it'll be in the area, but
Okay. Well, either way, we don't have an exact location because it just kind of flies around. So, okay.
A good map would be good.
Okay. But yeah, I guess you're right. Like someone to guide us and something to make the journey faster.
Well, I mean, with where we're going, now that I think about it. With where we're going, is having a guide really a good idea?
Wouldn't have a way back.
Right.
Who wouldn't have a way
Or-
back?
Guy.
And
Well,
we're
they
in
would
dangerous.
walk
We're
back
going
through
into
the desert.
dangerous territory.
They're a guide. Like if we found someone who does a guided journey through this territory, then I mean, I imagine they're equipped for that danger.
It's still not safe to travel through the desert by yourself, even if you are well equipped and are used to it.
But that's their job. That's what they do. We need to get through ourselves. And I'd prefer to do that as fast as possible.
But that's. I hate to. Well, that's also a mouth we need to feed with the alchemy jug, right? They probably won't have magical ways to get water. Which might be better if we do this ourselves.
If it's a guide, I think they know exactly how to handle themselves.
They might take us on ways that get you out of the way just so they can get water. Their paths probably aren't, I guess.
We don't even know if they're.
Line,
Well, let's
because
first
they
say.
have to find ways to get around to get water.
oh,
Well, we don't know. We don't even know if there are guides.
we
We don't even
should-
know if there are guides.
We should ask about guides or the best way to get across the desert. And if there is a guide, it may be worth taking Create or Destroy Water if need be to get us there faster.
Yeah. Yeah. Although I
You
do
guys
like Kiyoshi's
discuss
point.
quick, I
don't
gotta
want to
pee.
do that. Yeah. Although I guess Kiyoshi does have a good point on if we wouldn't have to go off the beaten trail to get extra supplies.
Well, if we have an abundance of water, we don't need to worry about that.
Main thing. with my
Unless you pump it and get there.
I'm just concerned because it sounds like we're about to just start wandering out into a desert and then into some mountains and hope that we somehow come across where we want to be.
I think we should get a guide
We're
and
looking for a map.
potentially
looking for fruit.
a guide if they offer one that provides a fast way to travel. Also, though, I feel like maybe looking into this specific flower or plant that you needed wouldn't hurt while we're here. See if there's anyone that might know about it.
Mm-hmm. That might be smarter. Might be able to. Who knows? We might be able to. Might be even be able to buy it here.
Yes, that thing that I should remember that I need. Hold on.
The fruit, which is like, well, that's like the main reason. Isn't that the main reason we need to go into the mountains, or am I missing
I was
something?
thinking the Chiron, but yeah, the fruits in the mountains between the desert and ice. So
Somehow buy it here. That could shave
Yeah,
up
maybe
a
they do.
whole bunch of time.
But we still have to
A
cross the
little bit of a
mountains.
time
But
crunch.
Yeah. As you are
I can't see the
looking-
mountains on our.
As you are looking across the area, there's the mountains split the area right where that A is in Minamiashigara. As for, sorry, bam. As for the area, there we go. Is that cool? As you're looking into Jagu, you notice along the streets there's many similar to Galudos, these peddlers that are peddling wares. You do see like in these areas there are these kind of like houses, also filled with this, like essentially these people where and out front, they're just saying. Hirees for sale. We have hirees that will follow your orders to the T. You're renting them. You could buy them. It's up to you. They have debt, and you're welcome to pay them off in terms for their life. You also see another man who's exotic beasts. We have exotic beasts. Come, why don't you try them out? And along this same kind of rope, just I've got fruits. Anyone want to buy me fruits? Lots of fruits. But those are the two that really stick out to you right away. Oh, as well as a decent number of homeless people.
Yeah. I'm just kind of like look around, just like a like night and day difference. Huh.
There is mostly like these tan-skinned humans. There's I would say the common population in this area is human. And these tan-skinned people, similar to Galudos. And some of their signs, with these people are a husband and a wife, or husband and a husband, or even just like a couple different types of people you see around, all seemingly just kind of holding signs or kind of rummaging together, putting their money together and buying what they can for food. And one of them has a sign that just says like, looking for haven in Galudos. Please, anything will do. Another one seems to just kind of have that kind of same kind of look. It seems to be like a woman and two children sitting down, and the children seem to kind of be playing with what they can, but the woman seems to kind of be a little starved as she kind of waves at you and gives you kind of a nod. Her sign seems to kind of say, Vile Garumsha, haven to Jagu. Anything will help. And just a variety of that same kind of posing of like people looking to move, people looking for a better life, and yeah. Make a perception check everyone make perception checks as you're walking.
I also try to keep my bags of money pretty close and tight.
Okay.
As I kind of say, just like, I don't much
26.
like this. No, I close out my character model. Fantastic. And now my computer won't click.
Holy shit, 19s.
26 and a 27.
She's better
got-
than you.
She's a
Ooh,
druid.
I got this, guys.
You're a ranger.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, it won't click. I can't click anymore. My computer forgot how to click.
You might need to refresh your page.
It's my thing is it's stuck. It's like glued on. It does
Oh.
this sometimes. I can't click anymore.
There you go.
Gosh, dang it.
Hey,
Okay.
it worked. You're kind of looking around. I think it's definitely Aaliyah who this sticks out most to, but Shepard, you also catch wind of it really quick. Sitting on the side of the road, kind of these chapped lips. He's tanned, but he's not innately tan based off his race. He is a human, and he is sitting down. He seems to have a sign holding straight out to you that says, give me just a second. He has a sign that says, looking for the borealis fruit. Anything will help.
Aelia.
Mm-hmm.
Kira, know anything about it?
It makes me think that we'd have to find this thing for ourselves, that maybe it's not something that they'll just sell here.
I mean, if he's searching for it, though, he might know something. We don't know what exactly it do, though.
He seems to almost be suffering from a little bit of sunstroke too, as he's kind of like nodding off a little bit, and his cheeks are flush red.
You want to talk to
What
him?
you talking about over there?
Sure, I'll go up to him and hold out my water skin.
His eyes kind of seem to pull up for a second, and he just kind of looks at you and then looks at the water skin. May I?
Yep.
And he seems to kind of grab at the water skin, and he seems to just kind of uncork it and just take a quick swig from it as he kind of looks at you and just gives it back to you. Nothing more than a sip. As he just, thank you.
Welcome. Had a question about the sign. I thought that fruit grew out here. I guess it's not that easy to come by.
Well, I've made my way to the east a couple times. Each time, I've returned to failure. I have been holding on to something in case I ever found it. But I've never made my way out far enough east to reach the mountains. I've spent my life, not my life, but I've spent 7 years, 4 of which traveling this very desert, using everything at my disposal, money. And you can see at this point that he kind of pulls up his cloak, and he is missing an arm up to the shoulder. An arm? Not a leg yet, but I assume that that's going to be next. Into finding the borealis fruit. I know where it is, but I'm never strong enough to quite make my way to its destination. The desert is death incarnate.
I'll hand him back the water again. If you want more, I appreciate the information.
Are you searching for the fruit?
Yes. We've also come here looking for it.
Then you will. If you. He takes a second, and this time he takes a larger swig of your water and hands it back to you. It's probably about 3/4 full now. Takes a good swig, and the desert is dangerous. You will need proper precautions against its dangers. I hope you brought water and food. And given that you are going there, may I ask that in exchange for my servitude, you bring me with you.
I'll discuss with my group real quick.
Thank you. Borealis
Hey,
fruit.
guys.
Hey, over there.
Begin to turn around, but he's still going. He's still. The Borealis fruit is it's a prized fruit. It has special healing properties, and I hope that we find it. It would help me immensely as you keep walking away.
All right. Hey, Olea, how,
Any help?
how was that?
He says he's been into the desert many times looking for the fruit and that he knows where it is. He seems to have a great desire to go get it, but that he hasn't actually managed to do it yet.
He's been to where the boreal fruit is, but can't.
He's not made it all the way to the mountains yet. He says the desert is exceedingly dangerous. I would be okay with bringing him along and having him guide us and tell us what the dangers were. My concern being, I don't know how many of these fruits there are, or like how many grow on a tree, or any of that kind of stuff, because I don't want to get there and be like, well, fuck, there's one fruit, and I'm taking that, so...
Did it seem the dangers were more environmental, or was he like with a group and everyone that he went with died, or what is those dangers, did he say?
I think he would prefer an agreement at this point of, if he were to give us any more information, that we would take him with us. So I could go ask, but I think he would want to come along. I might go ask him a bit more about, like, we don't want to drag essentially dead weight along. Can he fight? Can he do things? So, like, he may know how to traverse the desert at this point, where he's going and all that, but if he can't defend himself to some extent and assist the party, then he might just end up dead anyway, and then we'd
How-
be.
And we're
How has he traversed the desert in the past? Another question.
Yeah. Well, let's go ask him.
I assume he wouldn't. Yeah.
All right.
Let's
Come
go
on,
over.
let's go ask him. Yep.
No.
This is
You
my
brought
the
your
rest of my
friends.
yes. We were considering your interest in joining us, but we were a bit concerned. Can you hold your own? Are you a fighter? Can you use magic of any sort, or have you just been going out on your own? How have you done this before?
I suppose that in the short of it, I can tell you that I have been able to manage and fend for myself just fine in many situations. I do practice a bit of magic. Nothing too intense. As a way of moving around, I do have an auto mail arm that was constructed for me. And another bit of my fortune down the drain, as well as I have my own camel. And I should be able to ration enough water and food for myself, if that is your concern.
So, Borealis fruit itself. Do you know if it grows in clusters or if it's just one for every few miles or so? One for every 100 miles or so?
There's enough for everyone here, in fact. They grow in many's and bunches.
Can I insight that?
Yeah.
Just because he seems like he could potentially be desperate to make us go with him. I just want to make sure that he seems like convicted with that and not that he's just trying to make sure we bring him.
Not bad. 18.
You kind of look at him and he seems to be telling you the truth. There's
Okay.
enough.
Probably be best for us to acquire camels of our own.
It would be nice.
Very good idea.
Be able to keep up probably a better pace than walking in the desert, I would imagine.
In the desert, but soon we'd have to ditch him as soon as we reach over the mountains, right?
Well, as soon as we get to the mountains, it would be best that we parked our camels in somewhere. Maybe, or sent them on their way. I had always planned on just bringing mine with. I've got a leather overcoat for it.
And would you be able, if you did come with and lead us there, would you be able to make your way back on your own? Because we plan to travel beyond that point.
Where do you plan on going?
That's
Beyond, well, seeing what's beyond the mountains.
our business.
What's
That's
the city called? Shepherd, what's the city called?
That loses me as well.
I wasn't gonna say anything else right now.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I don't remember.
Okay, well,
I would
sounds alright.
happily lead you through the desert, the areas that I've been through, of course, in exchange for a people to help defend as well as keep track of the knights.
How long does
Okay.
it take you to get there?
Depends. It would all depend how how fast we can make our way. Camelback, we would be looking at somewhere close to most likely a 5-day journey.
I see.
Uh, you could try horseback, though I only have a camel.
I'd be worried about the horses in the desert, though.
I don't, yes, the camels seem to do the best out in this kind of climate with water at their disposal. You could always try to buy a beast chariot from the beast man, seller of beasts here. Rondo, I believe his name was. He might have a couple sandworms that would pull you through on chariot.
I'm sure they'd be much faster, but also more expensive.
Yes.
But also only get you to the mountain. I imagine they wouldn't go up it.
I believe so, yes.
I don't expect most camels to fare the greatest in mountains either, honestly.
Well, if there's any climbing involved. Luckily, I've secured a walking path drawn out for me by one of the natives of the mountain area many years ago.
Many years ago. It's still. I think it's still there.
I assume so. Those mountain paths are, well, they're not shifting anytime soon.
That's fair.
Okay. Right.
It's a large range, which means if you want that pass, I'll have to be coming with you.
Well, I would say we need to procure camels, potentially a bit more food.
4 camels. Extra
Simple
food. I can
rations.
cover us in the. I can cover us in the nighttime. We don't have to deal with the cold of the desert. Cover for that.
Okay, so I'm okay with this this idea. Have him guide us, get some camels, get them outfitted for or get everything outfitted for traveling in the desert and in the mountain. The extra food.
We want to look at how much it would be for a chariot for us. I'm guessing rather expensive. Probably not our best option, but
I don't know if we want to do that.
I'd like to look at his beast wares just so I can look at them. Get a bit of a look at what he's got, you know.
That'd be cool.
And so,
Wait, Aaliyah, you can like transform like into a sandworm, right? Is that something
Probably
you can do?
not a sandworm. I don't know what they count as, but they're probably monstrosities or something. But I don't know. Maybe it's something else.
I was about to say, but holy shit.
That's a funny
So-
thought.
Should have kept the snake cattle.
Do we have
the
a
snake saddle.
deal here?
All right.
I like it. I'm okay with this.
I like it. I see it as a net. I see it as a net positive, honestly.
I think our option this is better than other options.
I agree. Team
And
genuine.
I kind of rather assist someone who actually seems desperately interested in getting there as well than just getting some random other person.
I'm saying. Makes
Why?
sense.
Can I ask what you need the fruit for?
I imagine it'll also be used for its restorative properties, but I need it for someone who's very important to me, as well as some other things, but that, yes.
Right. So I suppose we have the same reason for trying to get this fruit. And very well. If you need to know anything about the Borealis fruit, I've spent years studying it. Please, if you on our journey, if you have any questions, ask, and I'll tell you what I know.
Good.
Thank
Well,
you.
if we are to beginning this this journey together, I believe I caught your name, sir. My name is Mr. Colton Mora.
My name is Anch.
I'm Kyoshi.
Good day to you, Kyoshi.
Shepherd.
Shepherd.
Aaliyah.
Talia. Very, very well. I suppose that if we wish to make our way to the Borealis fruit, we better do so post-haste.
We'll go.
I will gather my camel, Bessie. We will be at the east end of town, ready to go.
We have a few more things to gather than you, but we will meet you there.
Very well.
We
let's
make our
go.
way
Let's
outwards.
go get some light, loose clothes first.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
You make your
simple
way.
enough.
I've got light, loose clothes for you, darling.
Well, that's insane, because we're looking for like loose clothing. How'd you
I
guess?
could tell you must be burning in that golden armor.
There's a reason I'm getting something to put over it.
Burn out the day.
That'd be like you.
Oh, all right, Gov, here you are. That will be for light, loose clothing. Let's go as well as a turban, maybe. You all look pretty good with turbans. Or a shawl. You could always wear a shawl.
What's a shawl? I'm new around these parts.
It's this nice bit of fabric. A shawl is a wrapping that wraps around your torso. It's kind of like a large scarf, per se. It kind of wraps around your neck and about half your body.
I want that.
There you
Just
are,
looking at
honey.
what it looks
Thank
like.
you.
And
Didn't we
you're
literally
looking-
just had Fifi described as like half hiding inside of his shawl at the docks? Like
Mhm.
in
He had
the
his shawl
same
tucked
session?
over his head. Yeah. Kind of like a hood.
Connor, Colton knows what it is. Connor's.
And yeah, you basically all get your customizations for these kind of linen, loose-fitting clothing.
Desert
And,
clothes.
Also, desert clothes or not mountain clothes. Can we get them from here too?
you could
Something
get some.
for the keep us warm.
No, you could probably
heavy,
get some.
tight-fitting clothing.
No, actually,
there's-
no. You wouldn't be able to get those here. They don't do mountain clothes.
I wouldn't imagine.
They don't really.
would.
There's no reason to sell them here. They don't make their way to the mountains.
Right, fair enough.
Would I even need to wear clothes to keep cool?
Oh,
'Cause I know
definitely. We've established this as well.
Okay. I know we had to wear a coat, but
I'm a person, so do I really get
in
cold?
I'm not even a person. Yeah.
oh, I
So,
was just looking
Careful
for
with
something
that.
Kiyoshi, you do essentially have like a radiator, and you will have to drink water while you're in the desert, or else you will you'll start making those heat stroke checks.
Yeah.
And in the cold, you also have to bundle up and kind of let your core heat yourself up, or else you will suffer cold effects. So, just be wary. You're not immune to anything. I'll fucking
No,
kill
I
you.
So,
Definitely immune to that.
so do we have anything for the cold? I know we used to, but is it all gone at this point?
I know you at least have a pair.
One set in the bag of
I-
holding.
Yeah.
I
I
used
have enough
to.
yards of mink fur to stay
Oh,
warm.
I do have a set of winter clothes. I absolutely have a set of winter clothes.
And from your mentor Enra, and she seemed to like identify your fashion sense exact because they all don't match.
Yes.
Um,
So who needs? So everyone else still needs
I
winter clothes,
had
though?
clothes. I believe I threw my clothes at the naked man in the cave system. That's what happened to my set of winter clothes.
Where are
One
these
here,
clothes?
and I assume that no one else is bringing them. That no one else has them on. So it's one person's.
Those are Aaliyah's, I'd probably say. The one set in the bag of holding.
Hopefully.
That's what I'd guess, yeah. Unless you
Unless-
had the extra
Wow.
pair.
Unless you had them on your person. Or unless you had them written in your stuff
I
yourself.
have it in my inventory.
Okay, so we have one pair of
In
clothes.
my inventory.
We have. Wait, so I'm just looking in the bag of holding for stuff that could possibly use for warmth. We got rock wing feathers.
I have fur, so I'll just make my own coat.
We got
wrap
we got
yourself
we got
in feathers.
25. Wrap yourself in 25 feet of silk. Awesome.
So you press the feathers to yourself, and then you wrap the silk around you so the feathers stay on you.
No. Hear me out. Cut up the feathers into small enough pieces. You create a puffer jacket of silk.
Ooh.
They do sell like layers of clothing here because it is a fucking desert.
Yeah.
We
You have
might
to
just want to get
realize,
multiple
like-
layers of clothing.
If you do venture in the desert, you don't want to wear loose-fitting clothing like you're buying. You actually
just
want to
that.
bundle up quite ferociously because your body heat actually does not surmount the heat that is exhumed in the desert. I wasn't gonna say shit, but
I need something to
you
go
guys
Yeah, I was also gonna say.
are making me angry, Phil. No, just
There's
kidding.
also you mentioned nights are probably very cold in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we won't have to deal with it just because my cool mansion.
What does formal elven wear look like? Is it like full coverage?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I bought an outfit from Camille that's formal elven wear.
Oh, that's right.
That's more of just like a tuxedo.
Yeah,
Um,
I have a suit too. I mean,
It's not enough to keep you warm. I mean,
No.
not in like the winter cold. It won't keep you warm. It's an agent if you wanted to wear it in like a bundle of a couple things, but like it's not enough. I'm
just
saying
wondering if it's like covering enough to like at least put as like the base layer for in the desert.
you'll
actually,
get hotter in the desert because you're open.
I'm actually wondering if I should get some studded leather instead of this armor for the desert.
It might be smart.
Pretty smart.
Metal's probably not going to be doing great in the desert, and
No.
the point of desert clothing in general is to keep as little area exposed
Yep.
as absolutely necessary, because the more you have exposed, the more you'll heat up that area, which gets trapped inside of whatever clothes you have. So if you ever see people riding in the desert, they usually have a lot of layers on as a form of insulation.
Yeah, I was thinking we should get another.
They're hot as shit, mind you.
I was
but
thinking we
they're
should get another layer
not-
of clothes, anyways.
Whoever knows the most, make the decision. I'll buy whatever you want me to buy.
I think we
This
get
is very
the
complicated.
looser stuff,
Nice
tighter
leather.
stuff, and then I might get some studded leather.
Very well.
I copy
buy it.
Shepherd except for the studded leather.
You're already
Okay.
wearing studded leather.
True
I know, that's why I don't copy that. I don't need another set of that.
Okay. So you get the light clothes and you get the heavier layers, and I'm just gonna say it's just give me a gold
Yeah.
piece each.
Okay.
At the time you're buying this, you see as a man comes up next to you and he goes, "Psst, psst."
Yeah.
Big spenders over there, eh?
Prefer not to be.
How would you like to own a human person?
Not in the slightest. Goodbye.
Not at all.
How would you like
Good
to
day to you,
free a
sir.
human person from their debt then?
Come on, guys. We have to keep going.
You know.
Sure. Have a nice day, sir.
Are you sure? You seem like good-hearted people. Letting these people stay in their cages seems like an awful endeavor on your part.
What's that say about you?
Well, I never
Come
said I
on.
was a good person.
Oh.
Bye, buddy. But yeah, we're gone.
Fair enough. Seem to
Fair
ignore the
enough.
man.
Tempting, but
Enough. And it's just like, yeah, he made kind of a good point, but also we're done. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, very well, he says. You just walk away. Looks like they'll suffer in their cages. And
We're about to go into the desert. They'll just turn into worm food or something if we took them.
yum yum. Where to next, people?
We already have one already, so like, buy another one, right? Come on.
Yeah. Do we need to like? What do we do about food? Do we need to like say we went and bought like a extra
I
food
would
or just?
like to get a little bit more just rations. I don't need that much more, but I'm
Rations.
starting to run low. So
How much food are you guys
Smart.
getting?
How much can you like comfortably take? Can it be like?
Each thing of food
More
is a
than a week?
pound.
Okay.
So think about how many pounds you're carrying,
Mm-hmm.
and don't buy 365 days of rations, because I'll make sure that your life is hell.
I was thinking like a week and a half or 2 weeks.
I could
of
use
it,
another
or-
week, I think.
It's gonna be 14
A
pounds.
week would be a solid week would be good, but you'd also won't need
Oh,
also double
we
because
eat
you
in
can
your-
eat my food. You can eat my food during the evening, and then so essentially any food you get here, it'll be essentially doubled. Cause I'll do evening meals and morning meals, but luncheon and for evening meals will be definitely up to you.
I'll take a week's worth of rations.
Would
So
as well.
it should double that.
Just 7 silver. And
Okay.
7 silver.
Shower.
Speaking of like using your mansion when we're doing this,
Gosh.
can the door be big enough to like put the camels in your mansion too?
Oh,
Is it medium or
jeez.
large creatures is the question.
That's if it this is
Because it-
Assumed it was a double door.
This is why I have no idea.
It's
Camel may
5
be able
feet.
to, even if
It's 5 feet wide.
it's 5 feet wide,
I
they may be
just
able to
think-
like squeeze through.
You
but
could fit a camel in,
that
assuming
is
it doesn't
kind of
have
funny.
like crazy bags loading it down.
Yeah.
I
Or you
just
can even
feel like
unpack
it
the
would be
camel.
best.
Yeah.
Yeah. To bring them in, because if we leave them out, something could come take them. They could wander off. It just
This is amazing. It's actually like almost camel sized because it's 5 feet wide and 10 feet tall. It's like it was made for this.
Able to fit camels.
That's like it's like Clydesdale
More than-
sized.
It was just like 5 foot by 5. Wait, no. Then here, 5 feet by 10 feet.
There you go.
Mordenkainen.
great. Okay.
He was
So
Okay, so we got
very confused.
a
Yeah.
pair of desert clothes, we got food. We need transport.
camels.
Oh wait, also I
You
want to
think
grab some
some-
studded leather.
Do you,
And go grab some studded leather.
The studded leather, I mean, I think whatever it is in the player's handbook, you just got to buy it for.
Yep.
As for... if you're looking for camels, you're looking at Brondo's Vibrant Beasts. Head over to Brondo's. The thirsty
Leather
leader.
45 GP Shepherd.
45? Okay.
45.
And make your way and Brondo. Head in and you see a number of cages. There's all manner of kind of these African styled beasts, elephants, camels, lions. There's a mix of other beasts as well. You swear among the mix you see a displacer beast. You see some worms. These large worms that are kind of in this like enclosure. There's a couple onkegs. There's even a tank, water tank with a shark in it. You enter in and you see as
Yeah.
the cat was walking on Aaliyah's shit and turned off her camera. And turned it back on, apparently. As the cat has now taken up
Yeah.
Aaliyah's screen.
Oh. Oh, I guess it's just there now. There's no way it is. So I am.
You're kidding.
now.
Oh, and now the camera's off, and now it's
Oh
on.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Listen.
Yo, shit! And walk in. You hear kind of this distinct, just, hello, dear customers. I suppose you're in the market today for exotic beasts. My name is Arwan Brondo. I am the owner of Brondo's Beast Emporium, or whatever it's called. I forget. Hold up. It is Brondo's Vibrant Beasts. Arwen Brondo. How may I be of service today?
Well,
Interested in some camels?
Interested in camels. Quaint, but no necessity. Of course. That's what I say. I say necessity. That's right. Let's take a look. Are you sure you don't want these lions?
I don't know what I do,
No.
but that shark's exquisite.
It's like any other like water tanks, where it's like literally just like onkeg, worm, shark. Like.
Well,
That's
we keep the
fascinating.
more exotic beasts in the rear.
look towards the.
We have camels, donkeys, elephants, horses, all manner of beasts around here. If you're looking for the more exotic ones, of course, you're gonna have to show me a little coin first.
Although I'm curious, I think it may be best to keep it to the basics for travel for now.
Mhm.
Very well. Well. That is fine. What are you
Hey.
looking for camels for? To make your way north to Garumsha then?
Ugh,
East.
yes.
East. You're looking to make your way through the desert.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, then I would recommend the giant salamanders. Though if you're looking for camels, I won't stop you from looking for camels.
How large are giant salamanders?
Enough for you to ride them. Large.
Why are they the best option for the desert?
Well, they're quick. They can burrow through the dunes, and they don't get trapped in sand. They are loyal to a degree. They also are able to evade enemies by gnawing off their own tails. Vibrant beasts, and they can regenerate, of course, their own limbs. They're also amphibious. Not very good at attacking, but they're quick. And quicker than camels.
Of course.
How much would they be?
Salamanders? Or the camels?
Either one.
Price of each.
Compa- yeah.
Sure. Well, the camel will cost you about 50 gold piece per camel. The saddle's another, well, if you're just looking for a regular saddle, you'd be looking at a much more lean saddle, about 5 gold pieces, and saddlebags for it, another 4. So that would range you to about 59 gold pieces. If you wanted a cart, you could hook up a cart with a sled style on it to pull through the sand. The salamander is a bit more pricey, but a bit
Of
quicker.
course.
They will be about 90 gold pieces per giant salamander. Of course, the saddle as well would be another 10 gold pieces, and the saddle bags for that, which it would carry, would be another 4 gold pieces. Camels do carry a bit more, but giant salamanders are a way of moving in style.
We would need 5. What do you guys think? Time is fairly important.
It is. I like the idea of getting the salamanders, but we'd have to make sure that the other person is cool with that.
Oh,
We would need
they can
5.
burrow and they're quick. It's just say they won't just run away as soon as we let them out.
And loyal,
look at
they
the-
might just come right back.
We
to
could look
him.
at the size of them.
They said loyal to a degree.
Yes.
Well, if fear
Are wild
comes
animals.
over the salamanders, they will try to flee, but no more loyal than, say, a trained horse. If you spook a horse, it's tend to flee. I trained them myself, and I give you my own Arwen guarantee.
Well, could try to talk with him
Oh, is it?
quick, although we would need to get one for him as well.
Yeah.
Saying as well.
Could we see the size of them quick, perhaps? See if they would fit for what we were thinking, Colton?
Sure, we can see what they got.
Yeah, you seem to kind of like go into this. He's like, of course, these are the exotic ones, so I will need to see a little bit of coin before I allow you passage.
Is he asking to be paid, or is he asking as in, I want to make sure that you have the money to even pay if you wanted to have these?
Yes, I would like to see some coin.
Sure. What you guys?
Sure. I think my money bag has 100 gold pieces in it currently, just about. Yeah.
It doesn't have a ton. Only I think 89.
Yeah, I'll show him my money bag, which actually has almost 500 pieces in it, so it would cover the whole thing.
Goes very well. Right this way. Makes his way to the back. As he does, it's this room. This area actually seemed rather small. This shop that you're in, for the size, it's the size of a medium warehouse, but too small to fit all of the animals. And he heads over. You can see as he takes out a set of keys from his pocket and just unlocks this back door. And it's a stairwell leading down. He leads you down, and it gets a little cooler down here. Makes his way down, and as you do, he takes you through this kind of like sandstone hallway to the back. And he opens another door. Behind that door, the sandstone room with a little bit of water, kind of like this trough of water, as well as these like large maggots that are writhing around, and you can see as they've been freshly put in there, as there's about 9 giant salamanders, some of them kind of on the floor under this like larger makeshift log, not makeshift, but artificial. And some of them are literally like clambered onto the walls. They are stuck to the wall. Some of them are on the ceiling, for that matter. And there's just this large cage, these sturdy iron bars, and you can even see like these creatures could have like a good snort to them, with these subtly like sharp teeth. They're not at any point like they're not defenseless, but their claw, they don't have like decent claws, and their teeth are only enough to probably do about 2d4 damage.
Okay.
So, like, looking at these, they definitely look like they could handle the desert heat and the mountain cold.
I doubt the mountains. Not unfit. They're amphibious.
Yeah, like if
right?
I'm looking at them, judging.
They are cold-blooded, yes.
So they probably can't do mountain.
Probably not.
Amphibians don't tend to do well in that environment.
Unless you've got a way of giving them resistance to mountain environments.
I don't think
Not
Cam
much.
was really well suited together either.
We can get them, though. He said he had his outfitted with something to keep it warm.
That was a camel.
That was the camel.
Yeah.
These are cold-blooded creatures.
If we rented, or if we got camels from here, would you also have things for them to wear to keep them warm in a colder environment? Do you sell that?
I suppose, yes. You'd be looking at a more expensive saddle, essentially.
We might have to settle with that.
Works.
Because I don't think these guys could get up
Salamanders
into
would be
the mountain
nice.
as well.
Salamanders would be nice for crossing the desert, but if we wanted to try to keep the
Hard
camels
up,
longer,
Yeah.
into the
It would
mountains.
be nice for part of the journey.
Mm-hmm.
How much?
And I think overall, it's a good idea just to have a mount in general. It should speed us up, whether it's desert, mountain, past that. We need mounts.
Very well. So you are looking at the camels then?
I believe so, although certainly an interesting option.
Very well. Takes you out of the room and locks up and makes his way out. Well, for 4 camels, that'll be 200 gold pieces. And for the saddles, along with their required attachments for mountain weather to keep them warm, that will be 20 gold pieces a saddle then, along with the barding required to fit onto them to keep them warm, which would put you at about 480 gold pieces. Did you want any saddlebags as well?
408. So
280, I think.
100.
It's 50 a camel.
So it went from.
I'm sorry,
200.
I seem to have miscalculated. So,
Wait, 280, but
280 gold pieces. Did you want saddlebags?
I mean, if we wanted to get a bit of extra food, we could, but we usually travel fairly light.
Relatively, plus we can put other things. And we need them.
Maybe 2 sets of saddlebags just in case.
Very
Not
well.
a bad idea.
That'll be another 8 gold pieces, leading your total to 288 gold pieces.
Kiyoshi, would you like to deal
This
with
is
that?
like definition of like
Alright.
bag funds, right?
Yes.
yeah.
Definition of bag funds.
I shall slide them in 280.
Shit.
Goodbye.
I'm upside down now. See. All right. 288 gold pieces.
And I believe this will be
Alright.
most of what we need for our journey.
Not all.
Rations.
You do need to make sure that you have enough water and food for your camels now.
We'll have to get some food.
Oh.
I can sell you it.
Yeah. In which case we might need. Would we not need the bags?
Yeah,
We have
well,
2.
yes, we got
Saddlebags.
saddlebags.
We did.
I would
Okay.
recommend a cart.
It's reasonable.
For the
One
food, for the
crate.
supplies.
Have one carry the food. Yeah.
For the food,
food and
for the
water could
camels, and the water as well. Yes.
How much do they usually drink a day?
Up to 2 gallons.
Okay.
So we need create food and water.
You could create your own food, or I could sell you feed per day.
I don't think
Your
any of us-
choice.
Can any of us create food? I don't think so.
I think I can, but that would be so many spell slots just to keep up with how much they need. So
Buying the cart and
I
the
think-
feed would be superior. They eat about 10 pounds per day.
That is fair.
They eat it like at the end of the day or
Well, I
intermittent?
mean,
Oh,
or-
you may as well feed
Wait.
them when
Throughout.
we eat.
I suppose that
Actually,
you eat about
cre-
3 times a day, yes?
Mhm.
Which means you will feed them 3 times per day. Oh, well, if you don't feed your camel, then I'm afraid it'll probably die then.
Crate food and water makes 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water. So
Can you do
actually, I
it?
think, I mean, no, wait, yeah, oh, yeah, it's a druid spell.
Oh,
It's
is it?
3rd level.
I didn't think druids had it.
They will
How
drink
much does it create?
2 gallons, and they will eat 10 pounds per day.
45 pounds of food.
So you
and 30
should
gallons.
be able to. Yeah.
10 pounds a day.
Though, if you're creating food, that's one thing, but you still might need a cart and a barrel, or just a barrel, to host your water for the day.
A barrel wouldn't hurt. A small one.
And how are you going to carry that but on a cart? Or a small... You could do a couple of small barrels, that's true. A firfkin, maybe.
I think it may be easiest, Aaliyah, to just get a cart for food and a barrel.
Yeah,
What about
that's
how big or how much water does like water skin hold?
Gallon.
A gallon.
We could get a couple of those.
Just now,
With
let's
enough
just
water for the camels.
The camels will drink 2 gallons a day.
I think just getting a barrel that they could all drink from at once would be easiest.
Yeah.
How much would it be for a cart and food?
How many days and how many camels?
Oh, let's see. It would be. Let's
You
see,
okay,
we should
Connor?
All good. Sorry if that was
Okay.
super, super loud.
I was like, well, you okay? What's happening?
Oh, let's say a bit over a week of travel time and 5 camels, so.
So 7 days for 4 camels. Let's see.
He said he had his own. Did he say he had said he had his own supplies for his camels, yes? Or his camel, correct?
Regardless, are we going to be able to take a cart into the mountains?
No.
4.
There's a path. You said there was a path, wasn't there?
yeah. He said there was a path. Whether or not a cart can fit on it, we aren't certain yet. But
This is just...
For the cart and the 7 days of feed for 4 camels. That'll be 15 gold pieces, 14 silver, and I'll throw in an empty barrel for free.
Do we want to grab a few days of extra food just in case he doesn't? Or
I'm fine with that. I'm fine
I
with.
think as well.
how much would
yeah.
rounding it up to the next gold cost? How much more food would that be?
That would be another, let's see. 2. What did I said? 14 silver. So if you give me another 6 silver, that'll be for 1 camel. That would be 12 days of food. For 1 camel.
We don't need that much extra. We'll just make it for 5 camels and then we should be fine. Better safe than sorry, I'd say, yes?
Yeah.
Especially traveling in the desert.
Right.
So 15 gold, 14 silver, and I'll throw in the barrel for free.
Kiyoshi? You got it from the bag?
Or 15 gold, 14 silver.
It's the money episode is what this is.
Yes, essentially.
The
Yeah. Kind of got to get through it eventually, but it is
True.
it's the grueling process of having to sell all of the shit that you guys had and trying to expedite things so that Connor, I got to talk with you after this, by the way, but we were going to talk anyways. So,
okay. Sounds good, man.
in such a way that Connor, when he leaves, can have his exit.
Yeah, it'd be close. Well, good news is that since I'm leaving, I think it's confirmed. I think they finally confirmed that I'm leaving on the 31st.
Mm-hmm.
which means another Saturday and Sunday free. So we have
Oh.
more than I.
21st and 28th, eh?
On 28th, I was
Nice.
I was originally thinking just no. So
Okay.
that is
Okay. Well, that gives us a little more time.
Yeah.
so I
Um,
can have Saturday that Sunday. So Saturday yours, Sunday mine. Monday I can spend Memorial Day kind of stuff ready.
mhm.
The Tuesday, and then on the 1st I'll be in
So,
napping off my long ass flight from Chicago to Leipzig.
we'll kind of wrap her up here. So, as you get all your things underway and you get the cart on your camel, you get a barrel on it as well as this packed kind of food in these paper, essentially, I would say like papyrus kind of packaging, wrapped up in rope and kind of wrapped in cling, hooked on to different parts of this small. It's a smaller cart. It's not like a big long cart. It's just
Yeah.
this kind of like maybe two-wheeled cart that is hooked onto the back part of your saddle of your camel. Each of you on that cart as well, there are 4 thermal protective layers that you're going to have to button onto your saddle for your camel once you
Okay.
get to that area. And you ride off. As you do, you make your way to the east area where you see Anch. He kind of looks at you and to the desert then.
To the desert.
Good. And begin to pack off. He already seems to have a cart on with similar stuff. He has a cart as well as his necessities on the back of that cart. A thing of water for not only himself, but also for the camel. He also has a lot of different varieties of food on there as well, packaged up, and it's all covered in a large tarp. As you guys make your way out into the long desert, you immediately feel the sun radiate down, this heat beating on you. And through this long desert, you don't yet see the mountains in the vast distance. But hopefully, someday you might. And that's where we'll end the session.
Hey.